Good morning, TGIF. Happy Friday. Non-Farm Payroll Friday. Yay! Welcome to Risk Neutral Trading. This is my virtual trading journal. I stream every trading day from now, 8 o'clock Central Standard Time, until 1500. That's the complete cash market, and the purpose of that is for absolute transparency and accountability. So no trades are taken off the stream, or, I stream for 2 hours and I'm in the whole $3,000, and then the next day I've miraculously made it all back off of the stream. So I watched a lot of people do that over my time, and I thought that's a pretty dumb thing to do. Also, this is my trading journal, so why would I not want to record and preserve my trading history accurately? It's my journal. The theory is that I capture everything here on my screens, both IRT and Bookmap, and my voice, my voiceover here provides insight as to what I was thinking. So, as I said, it's my virtual trading journal, but I do not intend or imply or am licensed to provide financial or trade advice, and that's not the point. There's also a disclaimer in the description here for legal reasons, I guess. And having said that, I do trade live, real time, here on Bookmap. I will anticipate a trade. I only trade, stand by. Wow, sorry. I only trade setups which I have vetted in the strictest sense of the word with statistics, captured a statistically significant back test of, back sample of data and back tested to see if it calculates out to a positive edge. But, I have done that, and that's what I trade. So, in other words, let's say the initial balance trade, which is one of my vetted setups, I will anticipate that trade setting up, and when and if it does present a signal, I will take the trade here on Bookmap and then manage it out, and it's all recorded. So there you go. That's that. Now let's look at the numbers for today, and hopefully you're aware that this is non-farm payroll Friday. The first Friday of every month is non-farm payroll. And my news sources are as follows. This is investing.com, which hasn't updated yet because there is a non-farm payroll and it's not updated. This thing is weird now. They've changed it all around with all this advertising, and I don't know what to say. Anyway, this is non-farm payroll, and this is quite a interesting technique that I've been noticing. I pointed it out day before yesterday, I think, and previously. There was a non-farm payroll jobs, 185K. Okay, that's previous. Here are the jobs now, 115K. Well, let's see. If you need to take your shoes off to do the math, 115 is a lot less than 185, right? But the new trick is that they put the forecast at 65. Oh, it's a great improvement in non-farm payroll. It's a green day. Green number. Isn't that? That has started happening since the director of Bureau of Labor Statistics put out what I suppose was the accurate non-farm payroll number, and it was quite low, and POTUS didn't like it, fired him, and put in his own manager from his own, the head of his own employee from the White House, and this has been happening ever since. So I think that the veracity of our numbers now has greatly in question. That's just my opinion. It seems pretty obvious. So here are the reports. This is investing.com. This is my original news source. You can filter for whatever you want, wherever you live. This is today. Notice that they only report economic calendar, typical, well understood numbers, non-farm payroll, GDP, Fed numbers, Fed interest rates, etc. The Michigan number, which will be coming out later this morning. And if you hover over the URL or the event title, you'll notice that it turns to a URL. And if you don't know what non-farm payrolls are, you can click that link and find out all about it. Earnings is in full swing. I'm not going to bother scrolling to the bottom of that mess, but right now we don't have any of the mags or anybody out. Toyota's going to report this morning. They already did, and they missed. And of course, you can look ahead. You can look into whatever you want to do here tomorrow, next week, this week, whatever, for the reports of this stuff. Now, the second news source I use is Financial Juice because two reasons. It has a similar calendar here, but you'll notice right here, for example, Trump is going to speak at 11 o'clock. You'll never see these kind of things pulled into the investing.com calendar, but anybody with a pulse that's been around the markets for a while is well aware that these kinds of potential microphone moments here can have a huge risk to our auction. And whether we like it or not, we as traders are essentially risk managers. Our primary directive is to preserve our account. And the way to do that fundamentally is risk management. You can't manage a risk if you don't know what's coming. I'm not saying there's anything wrong with Trump speaking. That's perfectly, that's his job, pretty much. What I'm saying is, and it's no political comment whether you like Trump or you don't like Trump or whatever else it is, but I think every side of the coin has to realize that this is a potential risk to the auction. Up or down, doesn't matter. It can have a dramatic effect. And over here is a squawk box, kind of, where they put a running squawk against what we're doing. So there you have it. Let's look now at the pre-market. Well, again, this is IRT. First thing about this charting package that's probably worth pointing out, the header of each chart has, or each tab, has the name, which is meaningless to anyone but me, the instrument, the chart type, the periodicity, and the session. So you can always know and verify what you're looking at on my screens. There's also a watermark on a couple of these. So this is my micro ESNQ tab, and this is the ES mini market profile, which I don't switch back and forth to the micros and the minis. There's also a mini version of the same thing, mini-me. Let's get back over where we belong because we're trading the micros. So this is the higher time frame chart. Again, MES, daily candles, and it's the day session, RTH session. So each one of these candles represents one full RTH trading session from 8:30 in the morning till 1600 in the evenings, Central Standard Time. Damn, sorry. Wherever price overlaps, I pull a volume profile around them, and that generates a MCV POC, and these red and green lines, which are the high and low volume nodes, represent the high and low volume nodes, and those high and low nodes pushed up Bookmap, as do the session prices. Now you'll see that day before yesterday, we gapped way up and never closed the gap. Yesterday, we in fact did overlap here, so this is the new micro composite. And I don't think I've even put that in there. 7368 is the new additional micro composite MVPOC put in on yesterday, which is the 7th of May. those values pushed to bookmap. What do we got for volume is, okay, 7368. So let's jump over to bookmap here, first of all, and let's put in 7368 right about here. And let's put in the new micro composite. Boy, does this every time now. I don't know why it does that, but it does. So this is a new micro composite VPOC, and it is on 070526. Boom. There we go. All-time highs, which they keep leapfrogging over each other. Now, the RTH all-time high was here, was one tick above the previous ETH. Now the ETH is leapfrogged over the top today with the non-farm, so I'm going to move that one up as soon as I expand this a little bit. You'll see them both there. This is bookmap. Obviously, this is my micro composite column. Excuse me. This is the high and low volume nodes right here, pushed from IRT, and this is the full session volume profile, which starts plotting at 1700 last night and continues through 1600 today. This is the Globex or the full session, not the ETH. These are the RTH volume profile and delta. Hopefully, fingers crossed, reset at 8:30. Excuse me again. This is my statistics column, which is really important to me. I'll get into that in a second. And these are the session prices, which push automatically from IRT to bookmap. And I share these with anybody that wants them free. Start pushing at 1700 on Sunday evening through 1600 Friday. And it's a link. Just like, subscribe, drop something in the chat, and I will hook you up with that link, and you can throw it in Cloud Notes or whatever or on these line indicators, whatever your choice is. So this is the book, which is the resting liquidity in the order book. This would be the resting liquidity from either side of the dome. This is the ask, and this would be the bid. I don't have the dome on here anymore because I wanted more real estate, and that's 4 columns. And this is session prices. Here is the heat map or the chart, and you'll notice the blue line, which is nothing more than a vertical line indicator here. And I put that on this opening print of each session. It serves as a visual cue for me. If I can glance left and see this, I know that this is the current active data. So this is the complete overnight session in view, no question about it. And that gives you an unparalleled understanding of context. Okay. So notice there's no indicator on my bookmap or Cloud Notes, bookmap or IRT, Jesus. But just price levels, volume, and probabilities. I believe in keeping things as simple as possible so I can stay on top of it. There are a POC for both the full session and the RTH session. The difference here is the color's a little more muted for full session. POC just marks the price at which the most contracts have traded so far in the session, nothing more. The minute one of these other prices trades one more contract, this yellow line's going to move there. Simple. There's the RTH VWAP and a Globex VWAP. There's an RTH mid. These other price levels are just what they are. They're price levels from this current or previous auction. There's the previous RTH high. Here's the previous IB high. Now, IB high and low can sometimes confuse people because of the naming. It stands for initial balance, and that came from the market profile days. But in reality, these two levels right here simply represent the high and the low of the first 1 hour of the RTH trading session. Nothing more. So, not to be misunderstood or confused. So now let's get with the statistics for today. So the statistics open for today is very simple. It's only two criteria. Here is the active trade. If we opened right here, right now, how would that compare to the previous RTH close? Well, there's the close. Higher than the close. How would it compare to the previous RTH range? Well, there's the RTH high, RTH low, so it's higher in range. The next thing I do every day is change the title to reflect of the column to reflect the correct open type, and that's just selfish for me because when I look at a screen snap or the stream, I can see the title of that column and I know exactly what the configuration was for the statistical open. And now we're going to delete these statistics from yesterday because they're from yesterday. And then we're going to put in the new ones from today. And they come from this study in IRT, which is called the stats. What a name, huh? I'm creative. Now, IRT will conveniently highlight the correct open type, but only after 8:30. So this was yesterday. We've just determined that the opening type for today is going to be higher in range. Very simple. Like everything else, this the system looks back at the most recent 1,734 trading days. Of those trading days, we opened higher in range 533 of them. Of the days where we opened higher in range, price revisited the overnight volume point of control 80.7 times in that next in the RTH session. So 80.7. Overnight volume point of control is buried right up here. We're going to put it right there because we know where it is. There's the POC, right? 80.7. That, boys and girls, is just as complicated as it gets right there. And now we're going to just step down. The overnight mid is 74.5. Oh. And I'm going to step away for 1 second here. Okay, and so the next one is the overnight high, which is 74.5, and look at us what we did up here, huh? 74.5, so they just couldn't stand it. They had to just one tick the previous RTH high or two ticks to get a new overnight volume, overnight high up here at the, new all-time high in the ETH session up here at that level. Now, the RTH people hate that, so I'm sure they're going to try to take that out before the day is over. That's my prediction. Let's go down to IB high. That's one I want to catch. Well, first of all, the previous close is 69.4, and then 67.9 is the IB high. So close is 69.4, and the IB high is something. Where'd it go? 67.9. So this is the previous IB high. 67.9 IB high. Why? Because The minute we open, by definition, that IB high is going to go down to wherever price is and be on the above that, and the low will come up to be below that price, and they will no longer be at this level. Now, today it might be pretty darn close, huh? But I'm gonna want to know what those levels were. And let's see here. What else have I got to do? I've got to do something else now, and I will jump back to these stats in a minute because this is time for the world famous T-Lab snap. And that is something I do every day at 8:20. Oh man. Well, my eyes are driving me crazy. Okay, I'm going to get rid of that. So the T-Lab snap is something I do every day, and that is this snap right here, just to kind of give everybody in the Traders Lab all the numbers they can possibly confuse themselves with, in case they don't have a similar kind of charting to IRT. And the Traders Lab is a bookmap Discord chat room started by a fella named Tom B., and it is called the Traders Lab, affectionately referred to as the T-Lab by a lot of people. Tom's a professional trader with 47 years experience. He started out money managing years ago, and I think has probably traded his own account for, I don't know how long, but I'm sure a long time. And that's what he focuses on now. He doesn't do any professional stuff anymore, I don't believe. And he leads the Traders Lab. Now, it's a bookmap Discord chat room. You're not solicited for anything, nor is it a live trade room or a trade calling room. But there's a lot of good philosophy and advice and theories and a good crew of people by and large. So I used to be very active in the beginning, long ago, and then I started this stream, which is basically a suggestion from Tom and the T-Lab to focus on your own market and narration and price action of that market, and not be, in my opinion, I interpret it as to not be yucking it up in a Discord room all the time. So I don't multitask well, and for me to be, having a lot of fun in Discord and focused on my own market doesn't work out that well. So here we are. Thus my stream and the virtual trading journal. But about the T-Lab, I don't recommend any other place in Bookmap or anywhere because I haven't been there. So how could I recommend that? But there you go. That's the T-Lab. Every day at 8:20, I post that screen snap. Every day, somewhere around 6, I post the reports for the day, just as a, lend a hand, contribute what little I can anymore. There you go. So that's it. Now let's get on with the important stuff. Not that the T-Lab isn't, but now let's get on with our trading now. And that is, you'll probably find it important to be able to trade once the market opens. So I'll finish out these statistics too as the day, previous low and overnight low and that kind of thing here in a little bit. In order to trade with Bookmap, the first thing you have to do is activate the trade control panel. And this is the new 7.7.0 build 19, which is different. You'd pick a different account and all these kind of things. This is the Lucid stuff, which I have explained, and I will do so again here in a minute. You choose the account. In this case, because it's Lucid, which is a prop thing, it's listed as SIM, correctly so, because it is not my live AMP account, which you can see over There's the lucid connection. There's the live amp connection, among others. So there's that. Now, in order to trade, we have to activate, first of all, the trade statistics and make sure that it's on the correct journal. And now it is. And then that you have any things you want here off or on, in my case, the multi-brackets. And this is where the risk-neutral methodology is applied. The minimum risk-neutral package size is a 2-lot because it needs to be even. 2 lots. Then you select a stop, or you input the stop value in ticks for the entire package. And now is not the time to be figuring out what your stop loss ought to be. The first criteria that I recommend is that you base this on your account risk tolerance and metrics. And for example, if you're trading a prop account and you've got a loss limit or daily loss limit, this better not be more than that, right? So, assuming that you've got these figured out, the first take profit target in the risk neutral methodology is automatic. It is for half of the package, and it's for the same number of ticks positively as the stop is negative. And then there's a runner or runners, however you want to do it. That's up to you, and again, how your account figures out. So that's that. You can also do Execution Pro, which will trail to break even, trailing stops, all that kind of stuff, which I don't use at this moment. And now we get the multi-account trading. So there we go. Now I am going to select the lucid account. So what's going to happen here is it's going to trade. This is the master account, and it's going to copy trade exactly anything that is that happens to the other 4. Save. Okay, so that we're going to tick that on. In other words, this is a 5-account prop thing, which is my method of de-risking under this situation of recent drawdown that I've had. So once you're at a 2-lot in the micros, how are you going to risk down or de-risk? What can you do? You can't go anywhere and still have risk neutral methodology in play. So the only thing I was able to do, and I thought about this long and hard, was to open one of these prop thing. And much to my surprise, the prop environment has really changed positively. And I'll tell you all about that. But let's get back to the thing. So we've selected the correct account, the trading system. We know that it's a 2-lot. We don't need the risk neutral, any of these tools anymore. So I can close the trade control panel. I get the screen real estate back. I have all of the metrics up here. You can turn these off or on, by the way. I have all the metrics up here. Plus I have cancel and close. So we're ready to trade on the open. And that's going to be in about a minute and a half. We'll throw Blue Boy on the new session. And, it's a non-farm payroll day. There wasn't much of a blurb up here. We're back in range, so this is not a gap situation. I am absolutely confident that, however, that we're going to jump up here and take this out. So we'll see what happens. Oh, man. Eyes are itching. Crazy. I'm going to open here in about 30 seconds. Let's hope that happens without any fanfare and just on time. Got IRT all set up correctly. Oh, I got something from Ned there. I hope that's not a problem with the T-Lab snap. He usually only pings me when he finds something wrong. He's a real fastidious. He's got some pretty in-depth sheets he uses. Nice guy, though. A lot of nice people over there. And it's amazing how the crowd changes. I mean, I look in there now and I don't recognize hardly anybody anymore, frankly. So there's the open. We didn't reset. There we did. I manually did that with a double click. Irritatingly so. I'm gonna now I'm going to reset IRT to the RTH session only. So no longer is this full session. And I do that for a specific reason. To keep the session prices in correct relationship with each other. Because there's a lot of people in the T-Lab and many around that use those session prices. And so I have a responsibility to keep them, I believe, to keep them properly, aligned and in order and whatever else. That's why I do that. That's really the use for bookmap or for IRT, actually. Okay, so here's our session. Why? Oh, it closed it already. Okay. Now I'm gonna, once this gets through thinking, save that. Go back to the tab, and we're off and running here, boys and girls. Got a not such terrible lag right now, so that's a good thing. Here's our market profile. Here we are for our micro tab. Volume is voluming, 86%. Not anything great, but on the other hand, not a shitstorm either. So here we go. Now, okay, we have the IB's high and low. We'll be here in a minute. We've taken out some levels here, which I don't understand exactly what they were. That's a little weird. See what session prices do on the next push. They push every 30 seconds from IRT. That's done with a built-in functionality in IRT called export data. Oh, I don't want to do that. So there should be an IB high right up here. There's the low. This is the previous IB high, but 80.6. Oh, I know what it was. I can tell you exactly. Do you see this value? You see where the POC was? Dynamic. POC jumped down here just before the close, right there. Now it's correct. And if that's not cheating, that's setting the correct values for the recording and the stream because it's a dynamic environment, right? So this POC dropped back down here just before the open, and I can prove it. There is the open. There's 8:30. POC's down here before the open. See that? Now we're going to put Blue Boy on. Wake up. Come on, buddy. Saddle up, dude. Let's get rolling. There we go. That's pretty close. So there's Blue Boy for the day. There's come on. Bashful. There's the overnight. And we'll just let Blue Boy plot out here and see where we go. Now we're at 30 minutes here, so we're going to widen that out a little bit, get down to where it's like 15 and then down to 5 minutes. Here is the the RTH, and here's the ETH high. which is now up here, put in on the 8th, actually, because that was this morning. And of course, the RTH people are going to want to jumpstart this over the top of them. That's just how they are. A bunch of egocentric little yahoos over there. Cool. Well, we're off and pretty much running, I guess, aren't we? Yeah. Okay. We got the IB high. We got the IB low. We've got a real tight consolidation so far. 6 handles. It's only been 5 minutes, so not to worry, but you know, there you go. Non-farm payroll day. Caution, a cautionary tale. and Friday. And the market is on pins and needles, just fraught with all this geopolitical. Obviously, unless you've been asleep at the wheel, that's been the big drivers. And they're taking advantage of it. You know, they're obviously the whisper numbers getting out. People are putting on hundreds of millions of dollars worth of trades, and then 2 or 3 minutes later, an announcement is made. What a coincidence. It's pretty crazy. Pretty crazy. Excuse me. Well, we're going to pop out, and we actually have taken out the previous IB high. We've taken out the POC. So far, that's it. The mid and those values below us, not. Now, one of the things I'm going to do now is previous RTH high. Well, that's for sure not changing, is it? So I'm going to look at stats, and I'm going to look at the previous RTH high. What's going on here? And you see that IRT has highlighted the right column. The only value we've taken out so far is the overnight volume point of control, because, and the IB high here pretty quick, and they changed the achieved levels are changed from a blue text or black text to blue, or however you want to say that. That wasn't very good. So the previous, what was I talking about? The previous high, there's somewhere. That's 58.8. This is for the record, right? This stream is my virtual trading journal, and it's a permanent record. So I want these values to be accurate. That'll do for now. And these aren't, yesterday's previous high is yesterday's previous high. It's going to be the same for all time. So putting the values in here is not some form of cheating. And think about it for a minute. Who would I be trying to fool? This is my virtual trading journal. It's not a mirror on the wall kind of a situation. I'm trying to be realistic here. Morning, Anton. Non-farm was in line with the new technique of setting the forecast way low so that the number comes out much different than the forecast, and then playing down the relationship with the previous to the current. Interesting concept. And be a while before I'm doing this. Before I'm working on the hedge story. This is quite a complicated bunch of gymnastics to do with Bookmap here. I did a couple, worked it out and did a couple of replay trades last night enough to know that it's certainly something I'm going to have to be practiced up at, you know. Little trick riding over here. But a great idea nonetheless, so I appreciate it. Got about 19C here today, cloudy as usual. Seems like that's the case always now. We pinged out the previous IB high and the overnight VPOC, and that's it so far. Levels wise, I'm expecting them to pop in a new all-time high simply because the overnight boys just leapfrogged over the top of yesterday by a couple of handles. And that seems to be a big issue with these guys. I don't know how easy it is to split up the windows and stuff and trade on your AS or ATAS or ASAT, whichever the correct alphabet soup is for that charting package. With Bookmap, I have to pull the tab out in order to have both. So I can have the hedge thing set and the minis over here and then the micros. And I have to find another place for some sort of an account which has the cumulative values, because each tab just has the specific trade, so you don't know where, you know, the other one is, or I didn't know last night when I was doing it. I got it on okay, and I, you know, all in the correct orders based on that Excel tool that I put together, so I actually think I know where the values are supposed to go. And then just let it run for a while, and it didn't ever show any kind of, I must not have been doing it right, because the minis just exponentially started losing a lot more money than the micros, and I didn't get them, you know, it wouldn't have been a panned out hedge. I mean, it would have been several handles underwater. So I have to get that scale out, scale in, which leg thing figured out. No problem though. Interesting, something fun to do. And I'm sure, you know, that it's the correct idea. It's a poor workman that blames his tools, right? I'm not that guy. Well, let's see now. Yesterday's RTH. Ooh, yesterday's RTH. Here we are today. Open, boom. Market profile over here. Irrational exuberance over here. NQ's out of its range. Look at the there's a pretty big gap up. Now this is where that gap up, gap down thing it comes into play here. In my opinion, this is not a gap at all, because we opened in range. But that's the difference. The gap. Most other people, you know, Edgeful, for example, this is a considerable gap for them, because they gap from the close to the open. So they're gapping from 53 to 95, 40 handles, in their opinion. And I guess the opinion of most. I'm sure they didn't just pull that relationship out of their ass. One other thing I noticed that's real important when I'm trying to do that, I've got to have both price scales on ticks, clear down to the tick level, because trying to grab these, you know, the correct values, that's important. Yeah, that's one thing, that cross-training thing. There's some guys that do that with Bookmap too, which you can do. But what I've noticed is there's one hell of a difference sometimes in price level between the minis and the micros. So I'm not sure how that would work. Or my data is goofy, or I'm goofy or something. But I've noticed that because a couple of guys in Static were talking about doing that, and I thought, because when I look at the chart and the price action, for example, on the micros and the minis, it doesn't look to me like that would be a long-term good solution, because there can be quite a difference in them, what I've seen. And again, just talking out my ass here, but here we go for that run. We're past the 04s again. Yeah. I don't know about IRT. I also thought when I was, clicking and banging around here like a one-armed paper hanger last night, I was thinking that probably the simplest solution for me would be just to trade here, because here we go, right? I can put this as I can have one hedge tab with the micros and the minis, and trading here is just, I can do that pretty simply. But I could even have an indicator which would do the math of that Excel sheet for entry. Once the entry's in, it would say where the average price and the stop and all that stuff would be on IRT. But that would require me manually trading IRT to the broker, which is a step I've been hesitant to take. Now, I'm not talking algorithmically, so it would be essentially this kind of thing where, just putting a trade over here manually, but instead of having the account simulated, the account would be set to Lucid. I don't know. Well, here we go. New all-time high up here. Watch and see. Who was the old guy? Who said that? Hmm. Man, I'm all off base here with my levels and my stuff. Oops. I'm busy thinking and talking, and I don't be doing the clicking so right. Yeah, that's a good idea. I mean, that's pretty cool. Yeah, we're going to take the new all-time high out over here because they are just that way. And of course, everything's wonderful. The economy's great. Spirit Airlines didn't just dump 21,000 people on the market. It's wonderful. Let's go some more. Let's go hire some more. And of course, it could just simply be a case of, let's get these retail guys all fired up for all-time highs and sell them everything we've got in inventory, and then a rug pull of epic proportions. Oh, this thing is not doing the VWAP automatically as it's. So that didn't change when I did the update. That's frustrating. I think I'm going to call these guys and bitch again. What I haven't worked out is how the dynamic between the hedge and the, which leg to take off and remain in any kind of profitability, because the hedge is obviously got 10 times the hit or the drawdown at whatever point. So excuse me. Yeah, there we go. We got a pile of them sitting up on the 70 on the 10 handle there, 74.10. Of course, they're going to go zooming up there because they got to get above the 12s to get the new all-time high record. Back in the RTH camp. And let's see what's happening now. Just running along. Here's the bar world. Testing world. So this is the EF set of values here. Again, the gold high and low is the Asia, green is London, and red, which is underneath these IBs over here. If I turn that off, you'll see the red. There you go. That's the, this is the EFIB, and the old standby trusty dusty IB is right there. Oh, look at IRT getting his knickers in a knot. Isn't that cute? According to this, we've got a level. Huh? That's exactly impossible, but anyway, can't possibly have a signal because there is not an IB yet. So why this has decided to start doing that? There could be some nuances to the way this many things in the background work. I had to update to a new version of IRT over the weekend or Monday, whenever it was, which is not a frequent thing with IRT. I was on the current production version and it was over 3 years old. This is beta, but I am assured by Eddie that it will be the production by the end of this month. So let's hope. But I needed to do that in order to be able to have the APIs in place for this Lucid story. So let's hope that wasn't just a giant mistake all the way around. Okay, back in the saddle here. Let's get rocking here. As we approach the 9 o'clock hour, which would be the IB30, yeah, they're gonna do it. Sure as the damn world. They're gonna take this overnight high one way or the freaking other. That's my prediction. And of course, predicting is the absolutely wrong thing to do, but in trading. But that's a, as a joke, a yoke. Morning to Risk Neutral Trading, whoever, wherever. Like, subscribe to just 2 mouse clicks, be super. Drop something in the chat so Anton and I are have some new blood, new point of view. This is my virtual trading journal, certainly not the my way or the highway idea. Collaboration of, I'm real interested in this hedging concept, which Anton has offered up here, and that's something working on. Any, suggestions, comments, you're out of your freaking mind, any of that thing is great. My goal is consistently profitable trading business based on probability and, simple stuff, price levels and volume, not a gazillion indicators doing something else and whatever. I wish I'd have grabbed I don't know if you were ever around. You remember a guy named VWAP Jesus? I haven't been able to find him for a long time. I don't know what happened, but I wish I'd have done the screen snap of some of his bookmap charts when he was active, because boy, it was something else. It looked like, and nothing is wrong if it works for you. Again, not my way or the highway, but man, sometimes his chart looks to me like a bowl of spaghetti. I couldn't figure out, in a big bowl of spaghetti. It was amazing. Nice guy, or I guess guy. Never know. But anyway, yeah, he was active, and then all of a sudden, the last thing I heard about him, I pinged somebody in Static, just dropped a comment. Does anybody know someone who trades live account from IRT? And at that time, programmatically. And Garrett said that he was pretty sure that VWAP Jesus did, but I've tried. He's not anywhere around any of the chat rooms that I only look at 2, 3. This one, the T-Lab and Static, and as I said, the T-Lab, I only poke my nose in there twice a day. So for those 2 screen snaps, I'm pretty much completely focused here. Even Static is on one of my upper monitors on that machine, but I keep it minimized because my eyes are so sensitive lately that a bunch of stuff jumping around in light is not good. Okay. I do have the recording of that example you left for me last night, but I didn't use it. I just did a replay because by the Thursday nights is an evening class for TAM, and it's one of those situations like you have with your son swimming. It's in a different location than the school runs on Monday and Wednesdays, so I just wait in the parking lot. It's not a long class, it's an hour or a little and change, and so I wait over there in the parking lot, and by the time we get back, there we go, huh? Who's your daddy? Who said we were taking that all-time high? Oh, I love it when I'm right. I get my wizard prediction hat out here with the stars on it. You know, that big pointy wizard thing, and it was just too evident, wasn't it? Too evident. And guess what? Whoa, look at there. New all-time high. Everybody's, you know, they're all running around beating their chest now about how great things are, and Jesus. There you go. Absolutely. There you go. And of course, predicting that was just a 50-50 chance, wasn't it? It was either going to take a new high or it wasn't. Everything with the market is not this. It's a joke when I say that. This is for any lurkers or anybody that might be listening to the recording. It is a random market, and the outcome of the next trade is statistically proven to be 50-50. It's a binary event here. What can happen? It can only tick up or tick down. Can't tick sideways, can't tick backwards. So there you go. But it's over time, I've noticed that they just can't stand the RTH traders, New York, Chicago, whatever, can't seem to stand to have the ETH folks hold any kind of level records, doesn't seem like. And I have no stats to back that up, just, finger in the air thing. But here we are. And there's a hell of a Caesar or tweezer top or whatever, if you want to look at a bar chart, that's a tweezer top and 6 halves, isn't it? There's no IB trades because it's not an IB yet, which we know. Well, look at this square dance got going on over here with the POC and the pre-market, huh? That'd make you dizzy. Quite the do-si-do there. That's a square dance and a half. Do-si-do your partner, do-si-do your own. Well, okay. Nothing here except these guys. What the hell this is about, I don't know. But it shouldn't be there. It should have nothing to do with there. And it's wrong because it's got this. It has plotted these in here. So something is way off on this particular strategy. It's got its timing all off to do with something. I don't know what. It's an initial balance trade. So it can't be doing anything until there's an initial balance, which is 9:30. So this is just BS and bus tickets. The bad thing that I'm seeing is it's actually these signal markers are just visual representations of user variables, which are set by the trading system, and here we are erroneously set. There's the A, and in this case, it even thinks there's a B, which is not a good thing. I don't know what to think, or to be honest with you. I think what I'm going to do is, what do we got? 4s and 5s for lags. I know what we're going to do. I'm going to show this some bitch who's boss. We're going to just nuke this bad boy. Duke Nukem. Here we go. Oh yeah, there we go. We'll just restart IRT. How about that? How do you like that? Huh? Two of them, who's boss? Took it out and still going. Whoa, yeah, baby. I have nothing to say. I mean, I don't know what to say. Other than I was right. I should have just gone along and listened to myself about the new all-time high. No, I don't have any use for that guy. Sorry. I mean, he strikes me as every one of these. I was a floor guy and made $1 million, and now maybe he is a successful trader now, but he doesn't sell. I mean, he doesn't give anything away. Every one of the things he does is Scott Bussini, and it's not cheap. Some indicator for $750 or something like that. I just don't have time for people like that. And maybe he can trade. The story is that he used to be a real top big shot trader on the floor, I guess, a local. And then suddenly went, couldn't do anything right and lost gazillions of dollars. And he hooked up with Steenbacher, who straightened him out psychologically, and miraculously, that's when he teamed up with Bookmap and suddenly is selling indicators right, left, and center. So I don't know anything about him other than that. I listened a little, couple of 3 years ago, maybe. Those kind of people, I don't know. I want to focus on me, and I think I have too many questions. I'm too suspicious, I guess, about guys like that. Like Rosario and, his Carmine guy and those people that apparently trade well and for a lot of money, but everything they have is behind a paywall or for sale. And that always strikes me as why. And one thing I will also say about Bookmap, the Bookmap Discord rooms, unless they've changed recently, they don't vet anybody. I'm not sure what Bruce's criteria for having these people on is, but they don't verify or vet anybody about anything, as I discovered. So, who knows, But like you say, if it, and again, it's the same as this stream. If it works for them, great. If throwing a bag of dog crap at the wall works for you, and depending on which way it drips, whether to go long or short, and it works, it's super. That's really great. And I hope he apparently has a great life over there in Arizona and goes golfing all the time, or at least he talks about it, or did way back when. I think I found out about him when I first discovered Bookmap, which was, when I sort of rediscovered it when we moved back over here, which was 5 years ago now. But yeah, don't have any idea. It's like VWAP Jesus, same story, yeah. If they got a bunch of things going on, good. Tom seems to know all about what's going to happen and know all about these things that I sometimes can't keep up with that either. So there you go. Now I better get Bookmap or IRT re-going and see if it works. Yeah. This thing keeps doing this thing, and every time I select okay. All right, no lags. Everybody's on duty here. Looks like we got a couple extra naked volume points of control along here, huh? Crazy. And here's today. Okay, that makes sense. Let's look a little bit in depth into the brackets here. Singles and stuff. I'm down here where you can see your head there, Mr. Heidi boy up here. Okay. Let's see what happened with this one. Okay. Anthony Crinelli is another one of those poor guys. I was actually surprised going thumbing through YouTube to see Borsellino's now he's got a YouTube thing going on. They all do. Yeah. And hey, good for them, you know. Okay, so that seems to be redone and restarted and no issues, and let's get back to this thing. Well, there is a bar. Pretty well defined, so I'm happy about that one. Retest, and then what are you going to do with it? What am I going to do with it? If I look at this, I would interpret context is up, retest, and I would guess in direction of context, which would be up. That's the hard one to say. And I gotta get rid of all of these opening range things here. All these different indicators for the back side of everything. Yeah. And that blue thing is something. That's this guy? Yeah, there we go. So there we are. Now the IBF's the only one that's back on. That should be okay. That. Sorry about this, but I don't know what else to do. And see if this is still screwed up. Okay, fractals away. Now there we go. Or opening range away. There we go. Well, this makes a little more sense, so we don't have any issues with the user variables. The flags are not flapping in the breeze over here. Okay. This should then at 9:30 start pulling these values, because those are the levels for this particular system. Oh, there we go. What's happening with the volume's holding its own. We're down to 2 3/4 points on the ATR for 1 minute. There we go. And all-time highs, and they're just tickled to death. So I guess what? Buy the dips? Jesus. Would have worked out spectacularly right now, wouldn't it? Previous high, buy the dip, and some more up. This doesn't look right. How can we have... Oh, yeah, here we go. This spike. Sorry, I missed it. I was getting ready to say, wait a second here. What's the deal? How can we have an IB up here? Well, it's because we've got these double highs at the developing value area high, but the spike took us up. So right now I'm just pushing the session prices to the levels or the line indicator here. They tie directly to the session prices. I think I'm going to now push across I'm not sure which one of the levels to go for, whether to go for the EFIB or the old trusty zones boy over here. Haven't pushed that one in a long time. I'm kind of testing this one, but I don't think there's much to test. We'll look at the eval. That's what we'll do. We'll look over here at the Edgeville data, see what it's got to say for itself. What's in play? Previous day's range, 65% long, bullish 50%. So it's a 50-50. They have a big negative outlook that I haven't figured out how to exactly interpret yet for non-farm payroll days. Obviously, these are forming. Gap fill, there was one. How is that going to fill? So this is the initial balance breakout straight up for today. Breakout is up, breakdown is low side, double break. So there's the next important filter is that. So on a Friday, we have 0 occurrences of no breakouts. We have 16% or 17% for double breakouts and 83% for singles. Looking back 6 months, I'm trying to keep this into the relative market, relative market because of the craziness. You go back 5 years, there was no geopolitical craziness, so that's, I think, really important that I had not really paid attention to correctly before. Assuming that this does break up, which we seem to be continually heading for higher ground. Pretty weird to me, but assuming that it does break out and we get the IB high, which assuming that signal, this is the recurrence levels or the retracements. So there's a 40% probability to retrace to the 25% and a 10% retracing to the 50% of the IB on a breakout. A breakdown is these percentages. The idea of these numbers is that you use, instead of entering on the breakout of the IB, you wait for this probability at 25% as your entry, and then you put your stop down here. Looks pretty good, huh? And how that works over here is this is that my version of how that's set up, hopefully accurately. These are the IBs and these are the 25, 50, 25. It's actually 75% off the high, but that means it's 25% off the low, right? So I can use this indicator for longs or shorts. And on the trading view thing, which is actually the indicators from Edgeville, this is the opening candle indicator, so it's signaling high. What that means is, the way that works, the IB low was put in first. There's a large probability that the second IB level is taken out much more frequently, and we just put a new IB high again. We just went higher as we speak. And then these are the levels, 25, 50, 25. This is the green thing is the session. Blue, what else? There's a goofy looking line around here somewhere, which I don't see now. That's something called a midnight high. I don't know. Midnight riders, I guess. So there's that, okay? The bar trade, what happened to the bar trade? Nothing. Oh, did it? No. So we had a bar, we broke out, we didn't quite retest, and it's going up. In alignment with the context. We just got through looking over here. Let's look over here. Now this has not got anything to do yet because it's not 9:30. At 9:30 these levels will start plotting and boom, there we are. This is how where I am kind of. And a new all-time high. And of course. Yeah, what the hell, you know? I give up. Again, man, I tell you, one of these times I'm just going to wait for the I'm going to do the opening range trade thing like Hogue does it, you know, and or just take the first swing low. I don't know I don't know. I'm just talking randomly, but you know, just throw along on it. What the hell in this market? I guess you can't lose, right? Obviously you can lose, but this is the stock and trade of rear view mirror traders. They knew just exactly that this was going to be the low when we double tested here and we weren't able to re-break this low again, and they knew to get long and up you go. And if any of that were even remotely true and works out for them, great, good for them. I wish I could figure it. I wish I could know that right here. Okay, right here I knew that this was going to be the low and it was going to go up. I didn't know that. I know that now looking back over here. But that's a big... Oh, I'm looking at the wrong chart too. Sorry about that. What I was saying was I didn't know that this was going up right there, that was the bottom and it was going to go up. I didn't know that. I know it right now, and that's the stock and trade of rear view mirror guys. I think, that at least seems to me. We got a flat top up here, and you know, my old boomer's flat top concept, we are going to go up there some more until we get excess, because that's how the market works. Notice how it always comes to a conclusion. Flat tops are not a conclusion. Flat tops is we got more business to do. unbelievably so. And I'm only pissed because I'm not able to figure out how to call those out and get on them. Jesus. They're going to hit the 25s, I guess, where that liquidity is sitting. Wow. Unreal, huh? For me, anyway. I guess my basic problem is at least I believe I think logically, and if I don't see a logical angle to something, I have a hard time getting behind it. I guess you could say. Certainly isn't helping me in any respect in this story. Now, obviously, we can't have any signals here because we don't have an IB to break out yet. That's the whole purpose of the IB. Remember the definition. It's the high and low of the first 1 hour. Now, in 2 minutes, we're going to have an IB. There will be a statistic. But right now, we do not have one. And that statistic is, I guess this is as good a time as any, the IB statistic, which I refer to so frequently, and these things are built on, is based on the statistics, old market profile stat, and it's right here. You'll see that in the most probable statistic to achieve in all 4 open types is the IB. All that statistic says is that at some point, there's a 97.4% probability that price will come back and revisit the IB high or the IB low at some time during the balance of the RTH trading session. In other words, the first hour's out, so that's 8:30 to 9:30 is the IB. Then between 9:30 and 1600 today, this value has got a 97.4% probability. One of these values has a 97.4% probability of being revisited. Boop. That's all there is to it. Both of them is somewhere around here, down here, somewhere. Right. Both of them is 30.7% probability. And what this 97.4 means is that it's a 2.6% probability that neither one of them will be revisited. That's the IB stat. And that is the first rule of these various different trading strategies that I've vetted or am in the process of doing. There you go. So there's a 97.4% probability. We are not at 9:30 yet, so there's no statistic. This was not the IB high. This is not the stat. But if we don't get back up there, it will be at 9:30. And that will mean that the statistic then will say that we have a 97.4% probability to revisit here or down there. Easy. Not complicated. And if we look at it, let's look at this thing over here. And so here's the statistic. Let's get back to the basic one by weekday. Okay. Now, IRT doesn't look at Fridays or whatever. It goes back 1,733 trading days, whatever it is. By weekday, by Fridays, there is no historical record where neither of the IVs was taken. There is 16.7% probability of both. And remember, on IRT, it was 30%. And a single break on IRT was 97.4%, looking back at 1,700 trading days. What I need to do over this weekend, and I will, is set IRT exactly at the same number of days as is this Edgeful, and see if those numbers line up. They sure as hell ought to, I would think. So that's where we go. Our good friend Antonio will be so disappointed that he has missed, or well, he hasn't missed, I'm sure he's trading, but the VPOC migration here. That's a structured trade somewhere. I've never gotten the data on it, but you know, there we go. We are now past 9:30. What's that mean, boys and girls? That means that the initial balance statistic is in play. So let's go look at, make sure I understand all this right. So what's in play? Well, there you go. Now the initial balance is in play. And the initial balance by rejection is in play. Low formed first means that the high would be, they would reject the low and take the high, long bias. Opening candles, long bias, I showed you that. The initial balance by something or another over here. No break yet to 74, okay. So these are the in-play things. What else have we got to do now? I don't know what this screen is, to be honest with you. I think it's a big version of the yeah, this is all the stocks and all the tickers and whatnot to set up the bias, I think. So we have the thing in play. What does that mean? Well, if you look at the indicator over here, it means that you see how this box is quit forming now and this session continues on. This is the IB. Now, the opening candle is indicated with this line here, and it's going up, so it's green because the IB low is put in first. The IB high is the likely suspect. Here are the session levels. And that other thing, I don't even see it, and I don't care about it. It's Friday. Yeah, I know. Kind of crazy. And it keeps the full. There's a thing I have a deal that just go to the initial balance. Let's see if I can remember how to do that. Anyway. These are the book map reports, and this is something else. So, now you know as much as I do. With $5, you can get yourself a Starbucks, I guess. Used to be with 15 cents you could make a phone call, but you know, those days are long now. Okay. Yeah, I've been talking incessantly like usual over here. Musicking, and I don't see any drop frames or anything, so I guess OBS is playing nice. Well, and here we go. Everybody that was so excited to take that IB high statistic has now got a real sad look on their face, isn't it? I don't think front running those is a good idea. And I actually have a chapter marker along those lines that I don't think it's a good idea to front run the statistics or trade towards them for this exact reason. And then there's 930 and we're down here and we're going, oh, that baby's going up, and then, oops, we may not take the IB high. That is, by all the statistics at Edgeful and everywhere else you want to look. Well, here, I started to lie to you. I like to do that, but I didn't continue. Okay, 97.4%, we take one or the other. So it's not very easy to trade, huh? 30.7%, we take them both. But here's one that is, I think, important. What is the probability of only taking one? 67% of the time, we will achieve the IB high. 60% of the time, we achieve the IB low. So just a little bit of a scooch over a coin flip, we take one or the other, leaning towards the IB high. Call it 68 and call this one 60. That's not a particularly warm and fuzzy probability, is it? For me. And here's the next bar. And I don't know. This didn't capture this one very good. Got this distribution pretty well. I'm just trying to figure out how to possibly use this. This is the breakout and retest trade is a real popular, very successful trade with a couple of the guys in Static, Jorgensen and Rod and Harry. And it's real simple. There's a consolidation, there's a breakout, there's a retest. That's how it gets the nickname bar trade, breakout, retest. Now we are in a situation where this stupid thing isn't updating. That's not good. Why not? Well, I guess it is. Yeah, okay, it is. I thought I was not getting there. So we have no signal here because we do have the levels, of course, but we have no signal because we need to break. Come on, man, quit this crap. We need a breakout. And then it'll come back to one of the zones. The way I've coded it over here, if I remember correctly, is that the long on the long trigger is price to break out, pull back between 25 and 50. So either one of these. To the short side, because of the difference in probabilities from Edgeful particularly, the short side entry is off the 50. See how that works. Just wing and a mirror, boys and girls. And nobody home over here yet. We do have all the levels, but we don't have any initial balance. This particular strategy has 3 rules. Not very well, not very imaginatively named, but it's A, B, and trigger. So A is the initial balance statistic. B is in price enters within this zone or this zone. Same down here. And then the trigger is it comes back to the trigger zone. And that's that. It's pretty simple. And that made good money and was doing really well. I was really encouraged. November, December, first part of January, and then all of a sudden the way you approach these vetted setups is that you don't change anything, obviously, until the results exceed a known parameter from the back test. In this case, unfortunately, not the consecutive winners in a row, but in this case, consecutive losers in a row or stops. And so I quit doing it and thought, okay, now why? I don't know here. This is a learning experience for me. Okay. So, yeah. Assuming I get a signal, well, first of all, let's start at the ultimate beginning here. Where's that lazy blue boy? Get out here and show yourself like a man. There we go. Blue boy, first print. Boom, boom. What would you suggest the context is so far today? If there's any question about it, you need to, lay down immediately and wait for it to pass. Now, here's my problem. Psychological, absolutely. But how do you go long a breakout at all-time highs? I don't know how to do that. Buy the dip? Okay, if I were a soothsayer or a certain, people in certain chat rooms, I would have known absolutely to take the VWAP VPOC trade and be holding it. The pullback here to the previous high. These are all good values. I'm not making fun of them, but I didn't know to do that, and I didn't do that. But now I'm faced with the dilemma of what do I do, assuming we break out and I get a signal up here, which looks pretty freaking obvious to what we're going to do to me. Like now, for example. Jesus Christ. Pretty crazy, huh? This is where the common sense of this EF trade starts to make sense to me. We take the breakout. The entry is on the retest. And the stop is just under 50 on the upside. The old-fashioned one here is not so clear because it's got the after the retest there, oh thanks baby, after the breakout there is a continuation zone, pullback zone, and the trigger. I don't know, and it's non-farm payroll day, and maybe I should just listen to the other people who say this is statistically a bad day to trade them. I don't trade their reports, so there you go. Oh well, lately I haven't traded anything, so that's got to get fixed. That's the purpose of this de-risking idea here, but so I don't know. I don't know. And that's a bad place to be. I have a bad taste in my mouth about just taking. I understand the entire concept of vetting a trade or a setup, and then after it has been verified to have a specific edge under the back test and all those things, that you need to take each instance of that trade that presents itself in the live market. Otherwise, you've defeated the purpose in terms of statistics and the law of large numbers to manifest that expectancy and all the work you did vetting the trade. But after this old-fashioned IB went south way past the consecutive losers in a row, you start stinging from that bleed to death by 1,000 cuts idea, and that's a hard one to get your head around psychologically. Monkey boy, that's the guy who wrote the book and got put in prison in China, right? Forget his name. Yeah. If you want to pay him $1,000 a month for a year, he'll guarantee your profitability, but you have to follow his instructions explicitly. I know exactly who you mean, yeah. Yeah, he's got quite a backstory. Didn't graduate from school and was running a multi-million-dollar hedge fund in Singapore or in Shanghai when he was 19 or something like that, and then got put in jail in China for 7 years for what they called fraud. Wrote a book about all of that, and then got pulled into Bookmap. Yeah, Robert Reuter or something like that it is, exactly. Lives on some little island off the coast of Germany somewhere, too. I did follow him or listen to him quite a bit there. I'm always hopeful to stumble into somebody that makes sense to me. Robert Reuter or something it is. Hey, Richard. How's the Englishman, my brother? Oh, all is going well for you? Of course, everything's perfect over here in the States, as you can tell by the market. Jesus. Yeah. Richard's the one that came up with the great nickname for POTUS of Agent Orange. I still like that a lot. That's pretty funny. Being old enough to know what Agent Orange is. Man, I tell you. I haven't poked my nose. I don't know what the Static Boys are up to here. Rod got his house built and moved in and stuff. I think I mentioned that yesterday. Quite the nice house. Good for him. What is this deal here? The lefty looks like he's doing pretty well. Or something. What? Oh, okay. He got along at 74.10 for some reason. And got a scale off and then trailed, or no. Yeah, I got a scale off and is trailing his stop and got his runner up at 21.25. So that's great. Good for him. Here we go for a freaking breakout. And I don't know what I'm telling you right now, I don't know what I'm going to do about it. What I'm going to think about it. Apart from VWAP, POC, IB high. Okay, that's, I guess, what it boils down to. VWAP to VPOC. So that's this one. Nah, it's this one here that we were talking about. The VWAP to the VPOC and then trailing up. I have no statistics about that. It makes sense given the VPOC migration just before. So, good for him. Hey, Antonio, what's up? Everybody's dropping in to see the new all-time highs. Put your oxygen mask on, and you guys are just jealous because it's so wonderful over here with everything fantastic and the economy's great and the war's all wrapped up successfully and Spirit really didn't go bankrupt and Meta didn't really lay off 8,000 people and non-farm payroll wasn't really multiple thousands more than or less than it was supposed to be. You know, it's great. I don't get it. I don't get it. As you might be able to tell. The only thing I do get is a couple of comments I've gotten up, I think Walter Bloomberg or somewhere, where it's just, yeah, the smart money or higher time frame is just they're liquidating their inventory into the retail feeding frenzy, and then poop goes the weasel, I guess. I don't know. I don't know. Ridiculous, isn't it? I'm trying to figure out what the hell I'm going to do in my mind when this IB goes bop, which is definitely going to do. I'm thinking I'm going to lean on the IBF EF one, the edgeful. Which bases itself off the pullback. Just succinctly, it is the IB high or low, is the breakout, and then the entry trigger is based on the statistics of the pullback to 25%, which is from right here. So this is the pullback based on, this is the IB stat based on Friday. The retracements. So on Friday, based by this, this is weekdays to use Tuesday. We don't want to do that. We want to use weekday to use. Where'd that go? Somebody tell me where that went. Here we go. No, wait, where's the hell is the day? Weekday to use Tuesday. Okay, and save. There we are. 66% probability if we take a breakout on Friday by wick in a 5-minute time frame that we will achieve a 25% range of the IB range pullback. So use that for the entry, and then there's 33% we get below 50 and 8% we get below 75 on the breakout. The breakdown is the other way around. Based on the other stuff. So that's this. Now, based on the statistics because the IB low was put in first, the IB high has a much higher probability of being exceeded. So the concept would be breakout. This is the 25%. You put the entry down here, but what I've coded is to put the entry between the two and the stop below the 50. These levels here, I also have to, I can push back to Bookmap. All right. Trade mindfully. I don't know that one. I'd listened to the full book a few times of Mark Douglas. It's, I don't forget what he calls him now. Bet he died. He was a good guy. Fairly young and some time ago. So let's get to this one and change the stats to, I don't have any way I could do this without showing, without, push this in front of everybody because of the arrow buttons. IBEF. Boom. And now those levels will, these values here will push across to over here, and there they are. There's 25, previous high, 50, 25. Well, it is Friday, the frickin' 8th of May already. Holy crap, this year's damn near half over. Isn't that amazing? I mean, really. Trade mindfully. I'll check that out, Richard. Thanks. It's 19C and light rain here right now, everybody. Been weird weather. It's so dark around here lately. The lawn, the front light posts on the yards are staying on all day. The light sensitive, the photo cells are staying on all day. Weird. Don't know why. Okay. Well, as usual, no statistic yet. The IB30 very definitely was a thing. However, for all of you Guys, you know exactly what that means. It's a statistic for those who don't. It's a statistic that Rod has come up with, a good trader and code warrior and whatnot, who has a product or came out of the T Lab and started his own, and also has static, which is something he's trying to develop and get some funding for. Essentially, it's a statistic that about that says that there's a greater than 90% probability that the high or low of the first 30 minutes has a greater than 90% probability of being exceeded by the higher low in the second 30 minutes of the RTH trading session. So, where'd we go? Well, here's 9 o'clock. So this high at 9 o'clock had a 90% probability being exceeded by a higher low in the second 30 minutes between 9 and 9:30, and there you go. Well, there you go, and there you go, and there you go. Obviously, it can happen many times in that 30-minute period. That's the IB30, and here's another one of Antonio's VPOC migrations up here. My worst setup, and something I'd like to remedy at some point, because I guess it's just because it's so obvious. Who can miss the yellow brick road, right? Just keeps happening. There we go. Now this is the one that Lefty grabbed a hold of, this VPOC, VWAP mid to VPOC. Even that is vague, right? Is it the VWAP or mid? Well, it's the VWAP mid VPOC, but that worked out good. And then got his scale and pushed his runner up and is trailing to stop, I believe, according to that screen snap. But if you took this VPOC migration mechanically here, you got hammered right here. If you took this one mechanically here, you're stopped. Depending on your stops, of course, that's the big key, I guess, is the risk that you're taking on board. Oh, something, Richard, that you don't know about. In order to de-risk, because this IB trade stuff I've been doing on my live AMP account is just, I'm bleeding to death by 1,000 cuts, or I don't want to. The only way I could work out to de-risk was to basically a prop account with 5 accounts. And the reason I went that way was I really discovered, completely unbeknownst to me, phenomenal changes in the whole prop world since the last time I looked at it, which was when Top Step screwed me back in September. Completely, I mean, pick a place, and they made some big changes. The particular one that I'm doing at this moment is Lucid. And my thinking was, and the first criteria is no more subscriptions, a one-time payment. So for the price of less than one mini stop on my live account, I have 5 prop accounts, which cost me $9 a month, or less than $9 a month for CME level 2 data. One cost, not times 5. And payout at $1,250. These are 25,000 accounts, the smallest one they had. But I can trade 2 minis or 20 micros. Of course, that's way risk crazy, but you know, there's no requirement. You can trade around the news. There's no daily loss limit. There's just a net account drawdown of $1,000 and a profit target of $1,200. And you can copy the accounts, which I'm doing, and the minute you get $1,200, you can start taking payouts. And then eventually, I guess after 5 payouts or something, they move it all to a live, completely live environment, not just a get paid in the sim world. So I looked at it long and hard, and I figured that was the only quick or sure. I mean, that was the only step I could do to de-risk and still have some sort of a meaningful environment to trade in. I mean, when you're down to two micros, what the hell are you going to do? How could I de-risk that any further? And then, so that's where I'm at this point. That's what's going on now. And this just happened over the weekend and Monday, and there's been no trades on it yet. So there you go. So that's what's new on this end. And then I had to update Bookmap to the most current version, which is 7.7.0 build 19. And there's a lot of different stuff going on there. I waited as long as I could because the first updates, things that I rely on, like the break-even line and trade things, didn't happen. Then I realized, or I found out that in order to do this de-risking to Lucid, I needed to update to the current, or to this current version of Bookmap, because the APIs for them was included in it. So that's what I've done. The difference is here, for example, if you turn on the trade control panel, it's altogether different. There's no place where you select an account, but there's no place to select whether you're going to trade with your mouse in the chart column or the dome or whatever else. So that was a new thing. And that's also, I think I might have mentioned it, but that's also why I had to move to the beta version of IRT. I think I did mention that, though, in order to get the API for the Lucid stuff. I was really surprised at how the prop thing has changed, after all the years of... When I first started trading with Top Step, if you had a 50K account, you had to do step 1 and then step 2. You had to get the profit target the first time, and then the profit target the second time, before you went to a funded Duvel or whatever they call it, express funded. And there was a scaling deal and all kinds of stuff, Yeah, pretty amazing. Obviously, they made gazillions of dollars. They were just, trying to wash out traders as fast as they could. But quite surprising. Quite surprising. I would have never done it, actually, if it weren't for the one-time payment. Because subscription wouldn't have been any better than me trading my live account. And look at us go. There's a good reason to take that VPOC migration, right? Oh, no, wait a minute. Well, here we are, back at the VPOC, or the VWAP again. Yeah, that's one of the reasons why I think it's interesting that you guys can trade one looking at the other. I find, different levels and different prices and volumes and everything else. Maybe it's just my stuff, I suppose. Now, what's going to happen here? Do we have I'm behind in the news. University of Michigan was out, at 9, but that wasn't much. Down a point, which makes sense. That was at 9, so, Oh, well. Agent Orange is taking the microphone at 11. So, and that's Central Standard Time, so an hour. Four trades so far. Good for you. That's, I have had nothing signaled from my stuff, as you very well know. Anton uses a platform, seems to be quite great, called ATAS. It's supported by, I see it supported by everybody pretty much now. I don't know, but not to put words in your mouth, but I'm assuming it's kind of a equivalent competitor with IRT, I suppose, isn't it, Anton? I think. And he's got a lot of interesting stuff going on the way he trades and hedges off against the other. Oh, here's another thing that brings up the thing with the prop account with Lucent and the big changes. You can hedge now. And hedge in so far as you can trade minis, go long on the micros and short on the minis, for example. And of course, if you do the math, you can make that a direct hedge. And that's some of the stuff that Anton is working on, and I'm trying to pick his brain as much as I can. Amazing stuff, that didn't ever used to be even remotely possible. So, depending on where you are with your trading and how it's working for you. These are all options. Yeah, I forgot that part. Well, let's see. Straits of Hormuz plan to become permanent law. Ooh, this is Iran. Whatever the plan is, I guess that's the big one. Isn't it amazing that 2 months ago, none of this was a thing? There was absolutely no problem with Strait of Hormuz sea traffic. Nobody was, Iran wasn't bombing the UAE or vice versa. It's just so incredible to me. I don't know what to say other than crazy. Crazy train, or crazy town, or whatever that song was called. Oh, okay. Closer to Ninja than IRT. I haven't looked at Ninja Trader in over 11 or 12 years, so I don't know. The thing that got me about Ninja Trader way back when I was trying to use it was they had put out a basic platform and then relied on the Ninjaverse or whatever they called it, you know, all these people that developed stuff and then sold them or whatever else it was. And my first thought was, well, so who the hell are these guys? How do I know that, you know, Joe Shit the Ragman developed this indicator that's not full of problems and bugs and actually works? What, for example, what if I developed an indicator and sold it to somebody and had no clue what I was doing or how it worked? I'm sure there were many people who really, you know, conscientious and all of that stuff. But that was one of the first things I thought about when I was just getting started and trying out Ninja Trader. And when I first started trading back in '99, it was before any of those platforms existed. It was like Cyber Trader, it's crazy bells and whistles, you know, slot machine stuff. That was my first reaction to Ninja Trader, but I know a lot of people that still use it today and think very highly of it. So I'm assuming. And, you know, stop and think about it. Ninja has been around so long and has grown and survived successfully. They paid like $2 billion for Tradeovate. What a great job that guy did, by the way. Ex-Floor Trader and a couple of buddies that got together with some code monkeys and built Tradeovate. They sold it to Ninja Trader for a couple $1 billion. A Tom Sosnoff thing, kind of. Tasty trade or think or swim kind of an idea. But yeah, Ninja Trader's been around a long time, and they're now a brokerage, and they, you know, I think their clearing broker's Philip. I'm not sure. So the bottom line is they have a lot of tools, but I don't know anything about them. I was also extremely surprised at Tradeovate, which I'd never really paid much attention to until every time you do some YouTube thing, the guy's using Tradeovate or the person is using Tradeovate. TradingView, sorry. And then I started doing the Edgeful seriously looking at the Edgeful thing, and they've got all these indicators, which I pointed out over here. And so, of course, I had to upgrade from the free plan to the cheapest basic plan so that I could use more than 2 indicators, which there has to be more than 2. And I figured out how to get live data without any extra money or whatever. But when they start wanting you to upgrade to these other plans, I was shocked. I mean, their top tier plan is like $300 a month. It's 2.5 times, or at least 2 times IRT. I was really surprised. I didn't realize that at all about TradingView. So good for them. I guess that's why a lot of people use it. And Ninja's the same way, I think. Ninja used to be in Denver. I don't know if they're still based there or not. One of the things that has happened with Ninja Trader, or used to be anyway, and also TradingView, one of the reasons I can't really go down that road at this point is it's all CQG based, not rhythmic. And in order to use what I have and what I, like the session prices, which I push out, and I'm real conscientious of trying to be conscientious about for those who depend on them or lean on them, I'm screwed. So that was one of the reasons where I ended up choosing Lucid. I originally opened a thing with Tradeify, which is the brokerage prop arm of Tradeovate, obviously Ninja. And I thought, well, there's a lot of depth there and support and everything. No rhythmic support. Lucid has both, but yeah, fully supports rhythmic data. So that was a go no go to me. I had to actually argue with support and get my money back. And they eventually did, no problems. Well, they're going to do the same BS now. They're going to just fiddle fart around here with no IBs or no anything until the 12 to 1 hour when the food coma kicked in and I'm trying to rest my eyeballs and get some fresh air, and then all hell will break loose and I'll cry like an old man. And you guys will all be rich, and I'll be jealous. Not at all. I will give you all fair warning, though, that from the smells wafting down the hall and into my office, I'm thinking food coma's on the horizon here pretty quick in an hour or so. I guess it's a thing with getting older. I don't know, but it's a joke. But man, I'm telling you what, it's like being hit in the head with a stick after I eat something. Circulation, I don't know. Obviously never used to be the case. The joys of getting older. The only thing I can say about getting older is it beats the hell out of the alternative. So I'm good with that. Let's see here. I don't see any comments out of Lefty after his world famous scale, and I hope he took some profit or just didn't sit there for his trailing stop to get hit, which would have essentially been a break even. Or, well, I don't care, better than a loss, but I mean, how he manages his trade is up to him. But Lefty's a T-Lab guy who is over once in a while and posting static. Yeah, cool. Well, good. A couple of people, you ever heard of I'm in Trading? I think he's funny, and he seems to be pretty sincere and has good thought processes, in my opinion. Some of his videos, he's a big, he has a subscription to Ninja, or owns Ninja Trader, bought a license, and thinks very highly of it. I guess I got well, no, not really. Never mind. I don't know how I got roped into IRT, to be honest with you. That came from that came back in about 2015 when I went in with JP about market profile. That's when I got introduced to IRT. And yeah, with a couple of forays over to Sierra chart and back and whatever else is. And now the reason I landed back on IRT is because it's the only one of those that I have been able to find where you can actually code up and do a proper back test with the, reporting, not the bar by bar thing, and where you do the discretion yourself. These back tests that I do, which I think are valid, but Maybe I'm, maybe that's BS and bus tickets too. I don't know. Interesting concept, though. The interesting idea or point of view about backtesting and the look back period to do with the market conditions. And that was Andre at Edgeful actually that pointed it out, because they have a real, they actually have putting together they have a backtest thing, but you've got to be in the algo world, which is a substantial uplift in money. But they have this right here, which asset and ticker and the date range. Okay, you can go back 5 years, or yesterday or whatever you want to do, just by the simple click. It's great. But his point was, okay, so you want a back test, or do you your analysis over back 5 years, because that's a big, wide statistical thing. Tell me what strategy you think you were trading 5 years ago that are paying off in this market condition. With these boys back in Washington and this news and that news, which one do you think's working? Which one do you think would still be working then? So how valid can that? Because when you do a back test, like in IRT, you're trading those same set of rules over that entire data set. I thought that was an eye-opening and interesting point. So when I do my look back here 6 months, and that may be too far, and when I do my back testing over here, oops, come on, wake up. And, I'm back 100 days or so rather than the 500 I always used to do. I thought that was a pretty good point. That's even going way back to before COVID and all of that stuff. Well, not quite. Yeah, it's in the middle of COVID. So maybe not very applicable. Their algorithm thing seems quite advanced and interesting. As I get it from the conversation about it, it's more a case of basically the algorithm, like what I'm doing here, for example, where the algorithm is doing the plotting and they're telling you that here's the entry and there's the stop and there's the this and that, as opposed to actually trading it live. You can apparently now go through the API to TradingView or NinjaTrader, or I think that might be the only ones I've heard mentioned, and actually trade the live account. But originally it was to do the other, and there's a back testing thing, so you can actually see what your strategy would do in a back test, which is essentially what I've got here. But it's so much easier, shall we say, or straightforward, what I understand, but it's expensive. Yeah, well, like I told you, I've got to spend all weekend working on the mechanics of that hedging story, because I look like, Dumb and Dumber does the carnival last night. Just because it's so foreign to me. You got to remember, I've not traded with clicks and bangs and, like just simple crap. Putting a resting long above price. If you don't use the right keystrokes when you do the mouse click, you've got an order on, it'll just jump down and do that. Well, I haven't been doing that stuff for literally a couple of years, because I rely completely on bracket orders. And then having both tabs open so that I'm using my using that spreadsheet to get the based on the entry, the stops and the hedge and all of those things in place. Yeah, that's a great idea. I just have to get it. I have to just do it mechanically. You know, it's like flying a plane or driving a car or whatever else. I've got to get it to where it's in competent consciousness, basically, so that I can just do it quick, bang, boom. And I've lulled myself to sleep, as I said, with the bracket order. So, yeah, it's great. Yeah, there's a beauty. Well, not quite, but yeah. Now we're going to go up and get the VPOC, huh? Or whatever that thing is over here, the IB. Now it's coming on my mouth watering. Remember that there's a gigundous possibility that we're going to take this thing out. If you just look at the Edgefield story on Friday, it's a 83% probability. We got the big ledge here too. We got the boomer ledge, which we all know I hate. Don't know how to trade, but it always does something. These ledges and I don't get along. I don't know which way to go with them or what to do with them. But as you were pointing out, nice bounce here, nice bounce there, nice bounce here, essentially. Yeah. Now that I have these various, this simple code for opening range breakout kind of things, which if you think about it, is just basically you're defining the IB in this case as a level. You define if you just use the opening range 2 minute or something, you're using that as a level. So I can do the same thing with VWAP. In other words, I can hook these same trading rules and ideas around any kind of a level, which is easily generated in IRT. Thank goodness. That's my thinking. But I'm running out of time. I've got to get this stuff done. Get some money coming through the door here. Wow, this is a dangerous situation. Now I'm out of green tea, and my water pitcher is empty. But boy, I'm highly suspect that I'll be able to make it back out of the kitchen with all that great stuff I smell going on out there. Well, are we going to take the IB high and then we're going to get the pullback and then we're going to get the whatever? I don't know. Look at this do-si-do with the VPOC migration going on over here. That would have made you dizzy, huh? 12 to 14, 12 to 15. I got to see how I have this set up, all this back and forth and up and down. I'm not even sure what the hell I'm doing, to be honest with you. Okay, the risk neutral 2 lot with 16 ticks. Okay. No, I wasn't showing the right screen. I'm just confirming how I have the thing set up and the right account and the right size, the right everything. The really fantastic tool would be a to just put the entire system on at once. You know, when you put the entry on, you've got all of the other orders, including hedge in place, based on the parameters as they're set up on that spreadsheet. But for example, even with multi-brackets, I thought, oh, okay, well, that's easy. So what I'll do is I'll put in, and I'll have the order, and then I'll put in the second, the add. Well, you can't do that because the multi-brackets only have that one level and not an add or anything. The other leg is a stop. So you can have multiple stops, but not multiple adds. You know what? I might have just lied to everybody. Let me look at something here. Yeah, I do want some food and some. I'll come get some water. I'll eat probably in here. What a cutie. I'll have to look at this. I think. I've figured this out. Maybe I can do that without a stop. Because that's the whole point of the hedge, right? Where I could make one entry and that would automatically put the add and then drop over to the other tab and put in, and then the only thing would be to put in the hedge at the same add. That would simplify life a hell of a lot. What a lucky guy I am to have been hooked up with Yang. When you know, sometimes life is pretty amazing, huh? Think about it frequently, but just what do you suppose we're statisticians, right? We deal in probabilities. What do you suppose the probabilities are of a guy from a ranch in Montana ending up halfway around the planet and meeting all the things that came into play and all the life that happened first, meeting a Vietnamese gal in Malaysia, in Kuala Lumpur, not in Vietnam. And, you know, everything working out and married together 11 years. I mean, how in the hell? And all the misstarts and bad ideas that went before that. I mean, wow. Jesus. It's amazing. Truly amazing. That also puts a smile on my face, just as it would had I been taking all these VWAP bounces. In the POC, Antonio's got this money made up one side and down the other here. Telling you that ledge is going to come back and get us here pretty quick. We're going to come messing around up here, and then all of a sudden they're going to go, okay, we got enough shorts up here. We got enough people picking the top, and bam, they're going to go through that like up here and take this liquidity living at 25. They're going to take that out like it's not even a. Let me see, am I on the 250s? Yeah, okay. Yeah. Well, here we come back down for another one of your VWAPs again, your VWAP bounces. Wow, I'm going to go get some water and have a bio break. I'll be right back. Music's still going? Yeah, okay. Well, they're going to give him one more chance to get to get short. Huh. Well, she's South Vietnamese, so they were on the American side, right? And she's from Saigon. And she doesn't really have a feeling about that one way or another, particularly. I mean, one of the goals of our daughter and what we're over here for is their citizenship. We're waiting for her, you know, whatever you do, go get the exam or whatever it is. Because a Vietnamese passport is just one step above. There's some others that are worse, but, you know, as far as being able to travel and things like that without a bunch of hassle for getting visas and things. And they, you know, the South Vietnamese were absolutely fighting against the North Vietnamese. Literally, figuratively, and everything else. So that's that. Now, obviously, we have lots of friends in KL and around, or not lots, but who are North Vietnamese. But it's been so long. You'd have to be talking to an old one that cares. You know? Look what's happening in Germany. Right wing this, and we're gonna fascist that, and let's align with Russia, and what the hell happened in the, 1939. It's all pretty amazing to me. That's one thing I really disagree with this crap about that's going on here with getting rid of, I don't know exactly what you call it, but you know, it's an absolute fact and a part of history that the whole slave thing and the atrocities that were done over here. And I think not letting the young people learn about that stuff is a real bad thing. Now, I don't know that exactly applies to Vietnam, but yeah, I guess the short answer to the story is she's South Vietnamese, and they didn't like the North Vietnamese and fought against them. So yes, there's a lot of atrocities done to the country, but like it was effectively a civil war, proxy war, obviously, but at least that's what I know about it. Our daughter, she's my stepdaughter, obviously, but she was like 6 in school. She told everybody before we had met, and Gwen and I had met or ever come over there and met Tam, she told people in school that she was going to be going to America soon. So she's got some sort of psychic thing going on there, I guess. Well, here we go again, back to the VPOC. Yeah, sure, no problem. And I don't know, back on the Vietnam story, I don't know how much history is taught there. Like, you know, what they're trying to do here now, and I guess what's happened in Germany and those places. So the younger generations don't, you know, they haven't got a clue. Some of them. Which is freaking scary as far as I'm concerned. There are 750,000, more than 750,000 Vietnamese people in Houston. Primarily South Vietnamese that got out, you know, during that period of time, the war. And just in Houston, and there's big groups of them in a lot of cities around, but I was really surprised when I found that out. Of course, they've been, you know, growing since then, but back in the days when America didn't have quite such a similar view about immigrants and immigration and being grateful for people who helped us in wars and stuff. They actually deporting. I saw this and I was shocked. They're deporting Afghans who were our forward advisors and our translators and stuff in the Afghan war. And this outfit back in Washington is deporting them back to Afghan. What do you suppose the chances those guys got of surviving? It's just, I can't, it's shocking. I hope it's fake news, but in this environment, I'm not sure. Interesting. Okay, I'm gonna scoot out there quickly and see what happens here with the boss. Well, we're coming, no, only 11 o'clock. Okay, I was thinking 12. All right, I'll be right back. All right. Look at him go. Bing, bang, bong. Huh. Yeah, until we started talking here, I'd never heard about it before. Now that I'm aware, I see that it's one of the offered platforms by AMP and all these different folks. Kind of in one of those, I'm usually in one of those if it ain't broke, don't fix it mode, so I'm not looking for another platform, or haven't been. That's probably stupidity on my part. I could be saving money and having more functionality, you know what I mean? I'll have to weigh in all these things. Now, I see what you mean. I see what you're thinking is. I'll have to try to figure all this out this weekend while I'm doing the old guy figures out how to do it. Exercises. Here we are at that ledge. Is that thing going to be a launching pad and then zoop, up we go? I have no idea. Well, I am fast approaching a real decision point. IBF, IBC. The edge fold technique, which is what's going on over here, has no such thing as an IBF. My old standby definitely does. Rod just posed an interesting question. He, quote, "The desire to get risk neutral creates unwanted behavior. I've seen it in my own trades and other screenshots. Does more damage than good, I've found. What are your thoughts?" Interesting question. Just off the top of my head, it's, I think, account driven, a lot of it, because the risk neutral idea locks that first thing in. It's essentially, and I realize that it's a negative risk reward starting out. But a couple things I found in backtesting, all these gazillions of backtests I've done, there's a tremendously more profitable condition when taking T1, you scale to break to entry over 500 days, whatever days, however many days. And as we know, especially with the hedge story, and like I was just talking about here with there is no form of risk neutral anything going on with this setup. But now it's interesting. I'm going to have to give that some thought before I answer back. Meaningful questions deserve well thought out answers. Right? And there's also, from my point of view, also how do you put a value or whatever on the psychological impact? I can tell you that the psychological impact of risk neutral scale off is huge. It's, in my opinion, even after all this time, of being able to, okay, I'm risk neutral now. The worst I can do is scratch because the in my trading, the probability of moving my stop away from entry is not even a thing. So I don't have to deal with that one. What I do deal with more so, and I've still trying, as I mentioned a minute ago, trying to work out is what do you do after that? Do you trail the entry? Do you leave it back there so that it's a scratch? You know, that's one that needs to be thought of a lot. But as far as and what Rod's getting at is they don't take any risk neutral scale at all. You know, it's all in and all out, or you have stops, you have targets way into the money, much more so than a 1-to-1 scale it, you know, the risk neutral philosophy. And my guess would be that the guys who have larger accounts and who are successfully trading, consistently profitable like Rod, have figured something else out that some others don't, and so they will probably all agree. Because their A+ setups are hitting on a regular basis. And so, you know, just looking at this basic initial balance setup, which I was trading and was doing just fine until, as I said, it suddenly started going the wrong direction. Anytime I do a back test on this for any amount of days, there are, 20 consecutive winners in a row and 6 or 7 consecutive stops. Go figure. It took more than 50% more than the consecutive stops. How does that work? But it certainly is a blow to your emotional capital and your psychological capital when something like that happened. Wouldn't it be a pleasure to take the 25 consecutive winners in a row, and then boy, oh boy, those consecutive losers are going to be a lot easier to stomach, right? I don't know how to monetize or quantify that kind of emotional stuff. Yeah, no, that's good. I'm not saying one way or another. I'm just agreeing with his question. And we're getting the VPOC migration, heading for the IB high. Right at the ledge. Oh boy. We're going to the moon, Alice. What's happening at the bar? I'd rather be at the bar. Let's check. Okay, here we got the bar. We got bars all over the place. So there's a bar, there's a breakout, there's a retest, didn't go anyplace. Breakout, retest, didn't go anyplace. Breakout, hasn't retested, hasn't gone anyplace. Yeah, great. Back to the drawing board on that one. Primarily, the Rod and those guys at Static were basically VPOC. I mean, V reversals, the bar trades, IBs for sure, are the trades that those guys are that they're taking, and that I assume he's talking about. Oh yeah. It's obviously psychological. I think the benefit is obviously from a psychological point of view. And how do you quantify being able to trade and manage your trade when you're not, when Monkey Boy is not playing the drums in your head? I mean, and that's what happens when you get that risk neutral scale, I guess. I don't know. Well, that's a whole other thing that I've heard a lot about lately. This bullshit, this BS about, R5 and all this kind of stuff is a fallacy that is promoted by internet gurus and stuff that really and truly R1, maybe R1.5 or 2 should be the way to go. Consistently, because that instills consistent profitability over the long term. I am not saying I can prove that with my data. I'm just telling you what I'm hearing. And now we're going to do the IB high here. So that stat's going to be taken. And oh, look, it's 11:30. I'm going to show this thing who's boss and fight off the food coma. My ranch breakfast of bacon and eggs here. And those are the kinds of things that I think need to be analyzed statistically. Because, for example, I didn't imagine that trailing on T1 trail to entry was so much more. I'm talking 50% more profitability on a 500-day back test, for example, of the same exact strategy. No changes whatsoever in the strategy except trailing to entry, rather than leaving it at the risk neutral. And because at T1, remember, it's already risk neutral. There we go. There's the IB pop. Pop till you drop, baby. Now, here's the real quandary, right? Look at how far down below the 25% is. Down at the 15s. That's damn near 10 handles. What's the context? No question about the fact that it's up. We launched right off this ledge. And what to think now? To think IB failure, IB continuation. Using my breakout, there's that. The IBF, this is the EF thing. The old-fashioned beauty should have an A. Yep, there's the A. Now, on this one, it'll go long or short. It'll go continuation or pullback, depending on price action. If price action drops back into this zone, there'll be the B for the pullback. If it goes up into this zone, it's the B for the continuation, both of which depended on returning to the trigger for the trigger. And boy, oh boy, I don't know what to tell you. At this point, I don't know what to say. So let's just look at these zones without taking the time to change these levels around. Which I guess I could do pretty easy. Hold on. I'll do that pretty soon, I think. I just need to change one thing over here. Oh, no. Too much coffee hitting the button there. There we go. Now we'll have the pullback zones and the continuation stuff show up over here. And hopefully, yep, already. Well, there you go. See how quick that was? So here we are. There's the IB, there's the trigger, there's the continuation, here's the pullback. We're not doing anything yet. And these are not triggering. I can tell you one thing I can do here, I think, pretty sure. 74.15 quarter, 70. Oh, here we go with me and watch the old guy draw lines. 74.15 quarter. That's the 25. 74.07 is the 50. So now we're going to get them both here. Won't this be cute? 70, what is it? 407. Wow, way down here. There's the 50. Well, that makes sense. Football, what an idiot. This. Oh, geez. This is the mid. Guess what that is? 50% of the range, isn't it? And at this point, the IB is still a thing. So right here is the 50%, obviously. So there you go. So now I've got both of them. Now I've got the pullback or continuation zones, and I've got superimposed 25s and 50s for the other one, the edge pull one. And they're going to get pretty close to the pretty close to the pullback zone. One. So. Yeah, that happens. I noticed that, and that's why I was mentioning earlier that I don't know how you can trade one looking at the other one. Myself. So here's the IB, and here is the pullback zone. If it enters here, doesn't go out of it, that would be a B for the pullback, and the trigger zone is here. We've not done either. And on the IBEF, there's the IB, it would have to get down to the 25%. Which seems like a pretty big stretch. For a long. The stop below. And the problem with that is range, as we know. So the range from this, let's say you took it from here to here, what is that, 7 to 15? So that's essentially 7 points of risk. Well, I've certainly not ever traded it, but I've noticed the difference because of my IRT has both of them. Oh well, it doesn't either. I'm sorry. It's got. I've noticed the difference primarily in when somebody's talking about the high a day or the volume or stuff like that. They're not the same. I do not have them loaded up like on IRT in some tab where I can just watch the two together. That would be very interesting. As much as I would like to put a trade on this account and this new de-risk idea, this price action looks about as squirrely as you can get right here to me. And here we are. So what this one would require, now there's been no breakout yet, because per my code, breakout is not by the wick, it's by the close. That needs to change over here because the edgeful story, which they don't have a breakout. Oh yeah, they do. Of course they do. Not by retracement, but just by the regular, by day, okay? This is by by the wick, not by the close, and that makes a difference. So what do we got? 83 and 16 today. So let's change this to the wick, from the wick to the close, and see the difference. 91 to 83 to 8. Oh, there was my signal and there's my shorts. God damn it, I'm busy looking around. And I'm gonna do this right. Damn, I missed the trigger. I am so disappointed. That's crazy. But this price action is pretty weird. Now this is into the pullback zone, so there should be a B, and there's the trigger. So that should have been the short. Let's see if any of that's happening. Yeah, there you go. And it took a short. The system took a short. There's the A, there's the B, there's the short. Let's see what happens. God darn it, man, I'm not on. Looking at something else. And Bookmap's not even moving now. I don't know what that's all about. I'm not really upset that I missed that, to be honest with you. This ledge scares the hell out of me. And we are in a definite uptrend. And we've got a big pile of liquidity with this big hat up here at the quarter 25s. So, there you go. Wussed out by accident. look at there, and I was right with the IBF, huh? Well, there you go. There you go. Now let me point out that this is approaching the pullback to the 25% statistic for the IBEF, which would signal an entry for the long and a stop below the 50. God darn it. So in this backtest world then, there's the A, there's the B, there's the trigger. That's B1 or the first profit target. At that point, the stop trails to entry. And it's still looking south. What happened over here in the bar? Nothing. We didn't have any bar, we didn't have any breakout. We don't have any breakout over here, meaning we don't have a signal to get long down here. Because this is by wick, not by close. So maybe I need to change that code to by close. As I was just talking about on Edgefill, when we took the IB and then we took this the pullback zone. Interesting how this 50% it just happens to be the price check at aisle 3 over here. I mean, they're pretty close, which is absolutely a butterfly effect or whatever you want to call it. But interesting. I'm sure I could make some kind of a big deal out of that on YouTube. Somebody can. Well, the 50% or the 25% retracement, 25 or whatever it was percent of the time, and the IB high is taken out in this configuration of an uptrend, blah, 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 all those other things, and it's full. that 50% retracement is the market did retrace to the 25% level. And it doesn't say what's going to happen after that. It doesn't say anything about how far this price is going to go that I'm aware of, that I've understood, because the first stat is the IB. Then after that's made, you have this retracement. Now, the next stat is the 50, and there's like a 20% or 10% probability that it'll get here. So I guess in theory, you've got to, that's where the upside comes from. I can tell you, if I was a code monkey, the true great tool would be similar to a dome or a multi-bracket thing that in where you can have different instruments and different, so you could just set up the whole hedge. And boom, when you enter, there it is. Bang, 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 everybody's in place. Wouldn't that be? And that may exist somewhere, but it doesn't that I know about Bookmap, but all right. All right. Happy Friday, my brothers. Excuse me. Richard or Antonio, do you guys trade the DAX or the FTSE ever? Because I listen to Hogarth trading them live, in the middle of the 4 o'clock in the morning or something like that when I wake up. I don't know anything about those markets, but even when he trades the U.S. session, I've noticed he doesn't trade the futures. He trades at CTF or whatever the hell they are, like the London, the New York 30 and the, whatever it's called, the Tech 100 is what the names for those two instruments are based on how he trades. So I don't even know what the tick value or the instrument value is worth, but that's where these guys do a lot of trading with. I don't know, just curious. Stupidly, I guess, when I was in KL, I traded the U.S. markets just like we're trading now. But it was great because the market opened at 21:30 in the evening, so everybody was in bed and everything was done and quiet, and focus was at an all-time high. And I had worked out and the day done was great. Yeah, that's one of the things that last night when I was, if you care to share that, one of the things last night when I was trying this, I should have done a screen snap actually, I didn't think about it. Oh, was suddenly way underwater because of the mini. You know, I had all the steps in place, the 5 micros, and then at the stop, the 20 micros or whatever. I was trading different size, so 5 more makes it 10, and then 1 mini. There you go. And but it didn't seem to work out where it was any kind of a, you know, the hedge was quite a bit because of the value of the minis. The hedge ended up losing way more than a stop would have been on just the micros. So I thought that was pretty much something I didn't understand. Obviously I didn't understand. That's not the point of a hedge, right? And I thought that was kind of strange. Well, there is a difference, of course, between the original entry and the hedge entry on the ad. You have the actual price, which was a couple of points higher. That's another reason why I wanted to be able to figure out how to have a window on Bookmap that shows the overall performance, because these windows up here at the top just show whatever trade's going on for this instrument. You got no idea how they correlate. I don't. I'm not. My brain isn't doing that yet. When I do some of these trades, I'll do the same kind of a screen snaps like I do for my normal trades in the stream, and then I can show them to you at some point in the stream the first of the week, based on the calculator thing. And I got to set that calculator up too. I had to just look at price action yesterday to assume a long, because the only way I've got that tool working at this moment is longs, not shorts, right? So I wanted to lean on that thing. I got to fix that first and then move on. Well, yeah, I was thinking that the original hedge was based on the stop for the initial trade, based at however many points it is. That is how I understood it. Now, maybe I blew it at the fundamental level. Huh? I hate it when it happens. I just realized the disc goes off too. I better fix that quick, or Antonio's going to be pissed. Well, Dell Technologies and a big pop on Dell. Intel, a big pop. So obviously, why are they reporting now? That didn't make any sense. Usually it's either before or after the market. What the hell? I don't get it. Trump is talking at 11, so remember that. Or don't, whatever you want to do. However dangerous you want to live. So there was so this is how this trade worked, and this is the A. Am I in the right window? No, of course not. There's the A. This is the old, originally developed, vetted initial balance trade. The continuation and the pullback zones. The first signal, the second signal, the trigger, short. A, or T1, which is 16 ticks. And then scratch. Doesn't look right. Oh, wait a minute. Yeah, here's what happened now. Sorry. I forgot how I'd reconfigured this. At T1, the trail is to T1, not entry. And so these are all lower, 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 lower. Boop. There's T1 again. So this is the problem here with this, which I explain every time, and I think it's important to do so it's not seems confusing. This indicator right here that's graphically displaying this trade is older than the second coming of Christ. Chad Payne built it a long time ago, and nobody seems to want to update it in IRT. It doesn't account for more than one target. So it doesn't total, in this case, both targets. So this is 32 ticks, not 16. Yeah, and it's fine with me. I don't care if they ever update it. I know what it means. But I think for the sake of the stream, and somebody going, "You're out of your mind, Looney Tunes," it's not that many. That's the reason for it. You can graphically plot lines at the different, you could T1, T2, or stop, or whatever you want. But you can't, it doesn't do the math, and I don't know how to get into the back end of it and fix it. It's probably a pretty easy fix, but I don't know. And I'm not going to bother trying to learn. That's another rabbit hole. I don't need to go zooming down anytime soon. So this trade is over. There is the traditional IBF, the 32 ticks. For anybody to care. And we don't have a signal, we don't have an entry, because this code remains on close above the IB, not wick. The only way I know to intelligently and systematically decide that, I will run a back test as it is. Then I'll make that code change. Then I'll run a back test on the exact same data, in other words, just after the code change, and see what the difference is. If it's an improvement over a statistically significant data set, Bob's your uncle. That's the way it'll stay. If not, it won't. It's pretty easy. I don't know any other way to do this. If somebody else does, I'm all ears. Again, the point of the stream is that it's my virtual trading journal, in so much that I capture everything I'm watching on the videos, and my voiceover provides what I'm thinking into the recording. But the idea is a collaborative effort. Like, so much help from Antonio about how he's thinking on this hedge thing, which is fantastic. That's the point of the stream, actually. And unfortunately, I'll apologize that I had commented about this story yesterday or the day before and got sidetracked with life, and didn't do the analysis and change or not. So Here we go. Another chance at this entry down here. And back up. But only to the POC. So what does this say? Well, we can't get over that POC twice, so this is where we short it. Dr. Ledgely up here. He's a legend in his own mind. Oh, it's Friday. And I'm not even all greased up here with alcoholic beverages or anything, so, you know. Look at him go. 12 o'clock. Go figure. Go figure. I'm gonna go tee up here so you guys get some, you guys get your trading fingers ready, because usually something wonderful happens the minute I go get a glass of tea. Look at us go. Yeah, well. Oops, talking to the mute again. Okay. Oh, you know what I don't have here? Oh yeah, I do. There it is. Man, I need to take a break. Apparently, I'm going. What happened? My delta column disappeared. Football. I'm looking at the wrong thing. I was looking over here thinking it was the volume profile. I'm looking for delta. It's this one. Okay. Yeah, the old guy's having fun. Let him have fun. He thinks he's trading. Okay, what I was saying was the edgeful folks treat the system like there's the signal, there's the trigger, and there would be the initial target or the previous RTH high, which is up above, below us somewhere, so that's not a thing. You can also use percentages of the IB for those upper targets. The one guy named Zinc, instead of the 25%, I can't say I've actually watched this, but uses the 50% retracement as the entry and the top of the range of the IB as the target. But in this case, 15 to 22, 6 handles, 7 handles. You know, depending on your size, that's a nice trade. Now, the problem with it is it's a 1-to-1 by design, right? Because it's 1-to-1 by design because this is 25%, this is the 50, so that's your stop, that's your risk. It's here to here, and there's your target there to there, so it's 1-to-1 or an R1. By design. And I would guess we're still going to get more upside to the 25s probably because there's all that liquidity living up there, and it would be another new and improved all-time high, and oh boy, we just can't live without a bunch of those. We've poked it up there about 3 times already today. Good for you. That's great. I'm about ready to take a walk and make the range let up a little bit here. And continue this exercise. So the one trade I had taken by the system to a good conclusion was the but only 1-to-1 trade, only 1-to-1 risk reward. because it's a 16 tick stop and 16 tick T1, and then at T1 it trails to T1. So that only happened here, if I'm analyzing this correctly. And so it's risk 32 and take 32, so 1 to 1. R1. So now what? The bar's all quiet. Oh, we got another one going on here. Really? Yeah, we do. We got another AB but no trigger. Let me see. Ah, yeah, right here. Right there. There's the A. There's the breakout. Here's the B. We didn't get a trigger. Well, there you go. Sleep at the wheel on that one. No breakout or anybody else over here yet. Again, another one of the Wick family. Yeah. I think what they're trying to do is to see how many dorks they can offload inventory to, and then jerk the rug out from under everybody, and it's going to be epic, I think. And that's, I'm sort of parroting what I hear from those who are a lot more experienced with these kinds of things than I am, like Paul Tudor Jones and a number of people. Haley Spivak and those guys. Hot tea. So let's see if the old standby is going to stand by here. But yeah, you're right about the calls. Look at just look at that profile. From 05 to 24. All right. 05 to 25. This little bit of crap down here at the bottom doesn't mean much, but this is one hell of a P-shaped Go for it. There's a pretty good view of it. But you know, more highs again, more all-time highs. Jesus. Captain Obvious and the Lost Planet Airmen back there in DC are all walking around beating their chests about what a fantastic job they're doing with the economy and everything. That's the part about this whole thing that bothers me, kind of, is I don't understand why. Understand why. An idiosyncrasy about this setup and this system is that, and it's by design, it's sequential. And it can only go one direction at a time, and obviously that's important. And after there's been a trade, it resets all the flags to zero and starts over again. So what we have now is this new set here of A, B, and we're looking for a trigger, which we're going to get there right now. So that's going to signal a short trigger. But I'm kind of like Anton. It's like this consolidation's pretty spooky. You see, it took the trigger right here. But I'm not doing as I usually would do, which is to replicate that in the live market over here, because I'm not confident enough, especially with Dr. Ledgely over here, what's going on or why, and you know, all-time highs. It doesn't make sense to go short at all-time highs. It seems like you're kind of picking the top. So, and it's the noon hour. That's another one. So I'm at a loss, I guess, is what I'm saying. I'm committing the back test, I'm breaking one of the back test 10 commandments or commandments. I have a vetted trade and I'm not taking the signal. So that is breaking the law of large numbers possibility and all that stuff. Yeah, that's kind of what I was thinking about too, Anton. No, I'm busy looking at this trade who's put on another one. It's got 32 ticks here. It's just put on another one here. But I'm kind of like you. It's like, man, we're right up here above this ledge, just flip-flopping around, new all-time highs, and everybody's excited. And so I broke the cardinal rule of not, I don't know what I just did there, but I broke the cardinal sin of not taking that short. And then here I am going to be all happy about that right in about a second. Maybe. And this is also 12 to 1, right? Or 12, so there's that stat. doesn't apply today, in my opinion, because as I understand the statistic, the first rule is we've got to be out of balance. And I don't consider this out of balance. So, I'm not thinking the 12-to-1 stat's in play, or will be. I'm sure glad I didn't go short. These pencil necks are going to go up there and take it again. You watch and see as well. I mean, developing value area highs at the all-time high of ever. God almighty. I've never done any drugs this good. These guys must be having a ball. Something more than I know. I mean, at least I'm not just indiscriminately taking trades, I guess. That's the other side of that coin. If it doesn't sound right, I'm not doing it. Well, they took out that liquidity at 25s. That's not a surprise, is it? The second trade over here will be stopped in a minute. Full stop. So the day the day on this account would be scratch, because these are 216s and these are 216 stop ticks. So there's that. Oh, we finally got a breakout. Well, isn't that lovely? Now the only, if I'm not mistaken, let's just look. I think the old Al Brooks thing is the only thing that would be profitable so far. Let's see. Okay. So, I don't know what's with these numbers, frankly. This is supposed to be 20 or 18, and this is supposed to be, I don't know why they're adding 100. I think that it must have something to do with the data, I guess. It worked fine before. Anyway, the point is, this is the first one. Doesn't matter, right? According to Brooks, this concept is based on after the 18th 5-minute bar, this is 20, there's a 93% probability that you have seen the high or the low for the day. Uh-oh. There's the new high. So, meaning this is likely the low. And I gotta think about the entry, how his entry goes. Man, I don't remember. I have to look again. I think the entry is a close above, like here. And then the theory is it's going to break out and keep going. But if it doesn't and pulls back in, you have this big probability that is not going to take out the low. And so it could be enter a trading range where he says, you know, you can likely trade your way out of it. If you stop and think about it, that's pretty much exactly the concept over here with the 25 and the 50% and the probabilities of this report, that it is such a small probability to get under the 50% and even almost non-existent to get to the other side. That, yeah, I guess they're similarly the same with statistics. Hope I'm on, yeah, I am, okay. Well, that short would have not been a very pleasant situation right here, eh? But clearly it signals right there. There and there. So. What am I doing here? There we go. Try for a world record here and see if I can stay on the desk the entire time until 3. 7 hours straight with including the 2 hours beforehand. Which would be a pretty easy thing without the food coma. Complicating thing. Oh, sure, our new all-time high, right? Oh, yeah, of course. Oh, yeah, I expected that, didn't you? Trying to type something over here, and in the meantime, why not? Let's just make new all-time highs. So the 12 to 1 thingy would be a thing if it's a thing, which I don't think, it is. Yeah, the 12 to 1 stat isn't happening today, in my opinion, because it's by definition needs to be an out of balance session, and it's not. If we were to, doesn't look like it to me anyway. If we're trading, for example, I would consider the NASDAQ to be more out of balance than the ES, MES, and the MNQ and MES. Sorry. But, you know, there you go. So I've hung up my spurs until probably the rest of the day, because this looks like crazy town. And had the one trade which was signaled and taken systematically is nullified by the second trade, which was a short, which was full stop. The other two have not signaled at all. Don't think. Let me not be accused of lying to y'all there. Oh yeah, okay, well, so we're a hell of a long way from a signal over here. And as I said before, this particular system does not have the facility for an IB failure. And something else to be aware of that I may not have mentioned, this volume profile is for the week, not the day. So here we do have a breakout, and the scale, the entry would be the 25 or the, you know, wherever you want to go down here. But, and that's a pretty big butt. And I'm not crazy about big butts. I cannot lie. I also cannot rap, or whatever that is. Rap, I guess. Somebody asked Jerry Garcia what he thought about rap music. He says, well, they're just talking. They're not singing. It's not music. So I don't have an opinion about it. Yeah, have a good one. I'm probably not too far away from you here, but just noticed your thing up there. Now, this is a problem because I don't have any way to spell check this thing. don't know how you get this thing to spell check. Why do these things spell check? Oh. Why do these work? Huh. How do you do the spell check? That's pretty fucking weird. Well, that's the weirdest fucking thing I know how to. How do you make it spell check? Oh, spell check. There we go. So is it spell check? Did I actually spell all that right? I can't believe it. That's pretty weird. Huh. Well, what'd we do? What are we doing? Does anybody know? We haven't gotten down to the 25% longaroonie idea here. And there's also another interesting statistic that I on the report, if I can find it, in how frequently an initial balance trade setup is profitable after so many varying minutes in the session. My eyes are getting pretty heavy here. This is kind of a breakout retest if you really squint hard. That's probably not the right way to trade, huh? Squinting hard. That's probably not a technical factor. Look at this shit stuff. I'm sorry, but look at that. It's just unbelievable, isn't it? Well, good for them. I'm sure they all take great pride in accomplishing such great results, I guess. I can't figure out why that Discord is not doing spell check. That's pretty weird. I'm pretty sure it can't be doing spell check. I think look at this stuff now. Wow. What the hell is that? Popped the all-time high and straight back on nothing. So that's pretty cool. I think this might be a good day to keep your, be nose down and ass up, I think, maybe. I don't see that. I sometimes have a problem understanding. No, sure as hell. RTH high right there. Right there. On one magnanimous pop. This is Delta, by the way. Well, look at this crap. Oh, there's your 12 to 1 thing, but it's not a thing anyway. I'm not seeing any of this. I guess this was it here. Or here. What a ridiculous. What's up in the bar? Well, the bar's closed, I guess. Look at this shit. Look at this wick. So yeah. This is stupidity in progress. Try to tough it through the entire cash session today and then get myself into that mode where I'm continually at the desk. I don't know what to tell you. To tell you, actually. Well, oh, there you go. Between Russia and Ukraine. Well, there you go, Anton. Yeah, there you go. Richard, that's Richard. I'm sorry. Yeah, Anton, wherever you are. Anton is Ukrainian. His parents still live there, so he'll be real happy to hear that, as am I and everyone else. Cool. Yeah, that's really great. He's wrangling on this one here. Good for him. Let's hope he... I wonder when they decide the peace prize for 26. Must be pretty close, I guess, but hey, whatever. Give him... All he wants is a gold thing, I'm sure. Something else gold. I've never seen anybody with more of a fixation about that stuff. Every time I see a press briefing in the Oval Office, there's more crap going on in there. That place is starting to look like a French whorehouse now. It's just amazing. Is it just me, or does anybody else agree? And that ballroom is the most garish thing I guess I probably ever witnessed. It looks like Marie Antoinette ought to come zooming out of the corner. Really weird. Yeah, good for him. That's great. I hope Anton gets it on his phone or something. Or maybe he knows already. I don't know. Oh, well, yeah, that's all that matters, huh? Just anything. And hey, good. 3 days is better than no days, huh? It's a pretty sad state when I should say, and speaking frankly for myself, my original reaction is, what's he getting out of this? I don't believe that particular guy does anything for any motivation other than self gratification, motivation, whatever it is. That's just the feeling that I've gotten over these many years. That's a shame, but nonetheless, whatever the motivation, good for them, good for the people. Richard, are you familiar with, I see you're all caps there, maybe you are. Are you familiar with Walter Bloomberg? That it is of all things, X, which I don't do ever, but he's a Swiss guy with a Bloomberg terminal. It's called Walter Bloomberg at Delta One. And he continually throughout the days posts updates from his Bloomberg terminal onto this X thing, whatever it is, profile page or whatever. And whenever it's all caps, that's off the terminal. That's what made me think of that. And ironically now, there it is, okay. It just updated. Oh, this didn't make much sense. It just updated a whole bunch of posts, so. Brent crude futures climbed to $2. Climbed $2 a barrel. On future of U.S. Iranian ceasefire. I don't see anything about this. But let's see what the last post is. His last post here on this thing's 2 hours ago, so maybe that's not it. Anyway, Walter Bloomberg at Delta One on X, and I don't even know what any of that means. I had a hell of a time getting there because I know so little about, I don't do social media things. And X is the last one I would ever do because of that. I don't have much use for Elon Musk. As a person, smart guy, no question about him. Okay. Well, down and up and up and down and down and up. Donnie John. Old Donnie John. What a whack-a-doodle guy. And that is. Yeah. Excuse me, but I... Went up the wrong pipe. Well, we banged off the POC and back up again, I guess. I don't know. I'm not cavalier enough to be trying to scalp those. And there's we're talking 6+ points, so it's not sneezing country here. What's going on over here? Are these guys just confused and dazed and confused? Yeah. Well, we have a B now, so if we get down to the trigger, this thing will go. Oh, we have the news for Ukraine. Here's the A. Okay, and here's the B, as we pulled into the zone, the continuation zone. The price gets into the trigger zone, it's long. Now, I would be pretty hard pressed to trade it, to be honest with you. But at least I think going long is probably more viable than not. I just don't think taking the trade at 13 plus non-farm payroll Friday afternoon on this new account may be the smartest decision. When we put in about umpteen zillion new all-time highs so far. Well, no trigger according to the signal over there. Really. Got to be real careful here on these scales because I get all easily confused now. These are not 1 points, these are just halves. So these, you know, there's not a lot of travel going on there. There's a point. Get the point? So we're at, what are we doing here? Well, at 1300, okay. Take care, Richard. Have a good one. Have one on me. I have 10. What the hell? Nice to see you, always. Yeah, well, this one's gonna try again. And there it is long. A, B, trigger. I wouldn't have been able to get into that. We've talked about it plenty here, but and here it would look on Bookmap. A. Crazy A, but an A, nonetheless. That's the Trump bump on Ukraine. B. And the trigger. Red. So this thing's got to basically put in a new high between now and 1500 before this is a to be profitable. It hasn't even achieved T1 yet. Let me confirm something over here. Yeah, there's a trail right there. Rather than to entry, it's trailing to T1. I was kind of looking at an all in, all out idea there, to be honest about it, to see if that worked. And it's entirely likely that they'll just fluff along here or crap out or go up. It'll do one of two. It will go up or it'll go down. There you go. Need a prediction. The market will trade up or down. And I can make that with all sincerity. This is by close, not by wick. I'm not sure how in the hell that can be. One of the things that's handy, I believe, here is you can go back and look at the candles for every one of these days and see just what you have. And filter by weekdays or whatever else you want to do. The most recent day for the double break was yesterday. Coming back down again. What's happening over here? Quick. Oh yeah, underwater. Pretty quick stopperoonie. So that'll be one scratch or one profitable and two stops at 16, 32 ticks each one. So it's going to be would be a net loss of 32 ticks. Assuming this ends up a stop. I'm tired. I shouldn't have tried to break through the whole day, I guess. I need to get in the habit of this though, the full 7 hours rather than taking a break in the middle, because it's missing a lot of opportunities. I've noticed. Now sometimes just by like 2 minutes. So, yeah. Yeah, that's about nothing times two. Is it continuing? Wow, sorry, is it continuing to fall? Seems so. What happened here now? Oh, we're getting down. We're getting down to the trigger over here. Ooh, are we gonna get that trigger? Oh, trigger. What is it? 74.15 quarter. Let's slap one on and see what happens. 74.15. Put it right there. That's the 25% target over here. Supposedly the entry. The way my entry actually works is that the code is between these two. Between the 25 and the 50. And if I'm not mistaken... That was right here. 50 would have been right there. At that point, it was 50%. We can slap one on over here. Again, I just took these off long ago, but hey, why not? And that should be 74.07 half. Yep, look at there. Amazing, huh? 74.07 half. So there we go. I have no clue where. Out of interest, I will watch this. Will I put on a long trade here? No. Not at 12 minutes to 2. But the system should take a trade. This system over here should take this trade. And I should probably be able to manually do it over here too, but I don't know about that one. One thing at a time. And right on to the POs now, the VWAP is right there. Isn't that something? And that's the RTH VWAP, I'm pretty sure. Yep. So will this be a VWAP bounce? Where's Anton when you need him? When I need him. $7,400. I might as well. Let's put 3 on there. Huh? Let's put the 25 on there. This is fun. Nothing going on trade-wise over here yet. I'm assuming this is pushed across there. I don't even know what I'm doing now. I'm so nap deficient. I don't know what I'm doing. Maybe not. Okay, baby, we better have a signal going on here pretty quick. That's definitely under that 50. and the VWAP and everybody. Yep, there's a trigger. See that? There's the breakout, and there's the trigger. Now, oh, now brown cow. And this is a lot of stuff over here on this chart. This is the VWAP, VPOC. It's the retest of these levels, you know, in conjunction with the 25% pullback off the POC, of the IB. Lots of stuff. I'm not sure any of it matters, or at this point on the non-farm payroll Friday afternoon, I wouldn't be doing this. Maybe down at the 50. Okay, there we go. There's a big one for some reason. Was that a deep V is that a V reversal? Is this one of those? No, we didn't agree. We didn't agree to any of this, which just happens quite frequently with some of this news, where it'll be typically announced by Trump, some sort of tweet or another, and then the parties involved, apart from U.S., go, "What are you talking about? We didn't agree to that." Here it says that Russia agrees to it, but I don't see any Ukrainian thing. I also don't see any reason for this big dump. Not that anybody cares, but I see nothing going on there. Let's see if Walter's got anything up his sleeve. No post from Walter anytime soon. I don't know how you refresh this. Are these I guess nobody's here. Is X is it like continually when you have it open it continually updates or what? About it. Twitter, I hate to refuse calling it X. What a strange person that guy is. So we did take a loan here at the low of this bar, which would be where? Yeah, right there. We took a low right there at that V reversal. And now it would be pretty close to scale, pretty near scale. Yeah, it would be scaled on that V reversal and looking for higher ground. Will we get higher ground in that form of a mean reversion? I don't know. Once you're scaled, then it doesn't matter. You're just along for the ride. Whether this is going to get anywhere or not is a completely other idea. I wouldn't enter this to save my life at this time of the day. And quite possibly it's a great trade. It's signaled and, executed as planned. Well, interesting. Pulled right back to the previous RTH high. Didn't notice that. That's where the entry was, yeah. The low of this candle. Hey, Anton, I hope you heard the good news about Ukraine. I'm sure you did. I guess at this point, any positive news is good news. It was all over. I don't know where else, but there you go. I'll have a look on the screen. Oh, well, there you go. All I've seen in the text further up, more timely, is that Russia has accepted the idea as good, or something like that. No comments in the here on Financial Juice about Ukraine, but I would suppose that they obviously did. What I see up here is somewhere I saw Russia agrees to Trump's May 9th, 11th truce, and I don't see anything else. But yeah, any news is good news. So there's a small loss on this trade because of the way I've coded it intentionally. The stop is, and this is kind of curious to me because I don't see any place where price dropped through the, maybe I've got this line at the wrong spot, tick or something, because the stop is just at the 50%, and the entry is wherever the low of the penetrating bar for the 25% was. So probably a little bit needs to be reworded or rethought. Absolutely. And prisoner swap and whatever else they got going on there. Absolutely. That's what I thought too. 15 minutes is better than nothing, right? Wonder how, I don't know how they came up with 3 days, but seemed like by the time they implement all of that stuff, it would be better to do a week or two, you know, once it's all done, then do, and then, I don't know, maybe there's all kinds of diplomatic angles I don't know about, like, oh, this is going to give this guy a long time to retool or rearm, or who the hell knows. I'm sure there's lots of thinking goes into these deals. And whoever the real people in the back channels, the real diplomats that are working it out, kudos to them, you know, I'm sure. Pumpkin boy didn't do it, but whoever the diplomats are that did, that's really great. I was surprised. I read it twice. I thought it was something about Iran again, and the Ukraine part took me by surprise. Okay, where are we? Oh, look at us go. 1406. Pick up sticks. I'm doing a power through. I'm going to start going forward assuming I can. No breaks through this stream, so I'm stay on the desk the entire stream, and then waddle off and collapse at 1500. It's 7 hours, and I start a couple hours before the stream, so standing here at this desk for 9 hours straight, and then hours after that, but it makes for a long day. Oh boy, here we go. Well, there's a bar and a breakout and a retest. Now do we go short? I'm not doing anything at 14:08 in the afternoon, but this would be that. There's no trade associated with that yet, or system, but here we are. There's the consolidation, the breakout, the retest. Yeah, let's see. They can't get enough of this all-time high. While you were gone, I think they put in 2 more. Jesus Christ. No, I don't, and I don't know. To be honest with you, I don't know who Keith Kellogg is either, unless he's from the Kellogg cereal family or something. But great, that's pretty cool. I hope he's still there. I hope, Trump didn't find out they were going to do something good and appoint somebody else. Nothing would surprise me more. I mean, wouldn't surprise me more. Whatever I mean, I'm tired. That's great. And I suppose appointed by Trump in this administration. A lot of people forget that Jerome Powell, the Fed chair, was appointed by Trump in Trump 0.10. Hard to believe with the way he's been treated currently, but sure enough was. That's a fact, Jack. Oh, Mom, I'm dying here. Well, all systems across the board are losers today. There's one trade here, which is a stop. There was three trades. Oh, where'd it go? Come on, baby. 3 trades here. 1 to 2 targets. So that's 32 ticks. Full stop, minus 32 ticks. Full stop, minus 32 ticks. So it's down 32 ticks plus whatever this other thing lost over there. Assuming these were being traded on the live accounts or, at the market, and that's why they're not. Because this is not, none of this stuff is working as it did and as expected. This one doesn't have any trade system associated with it because I still haven't figured out what to do with it or how to do it. Dial in the parameters. So oh, okay. Yeah, well, there you go. Got fired by Trump. That's perfect. That's what I was meaning with. I bet when he realized that he was doing a good job, he got canned or something happened. Yeah, General Kellogg. Okay. Incredible, isn't it? And we've got frickin' frack, going over there and negotiating with Iran and whatever else. Pretty goofy stuff. If it weren't happening live and you were just reading about it or seeing it on TV, yeah, right. Who would believe that, Sure, a reality TV guy is going to be the, president or whatever. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, well. Putin probably told, hey, get rid of that guy. He's helping out. If Putin wasn't so busy over there in Russia, he'd fit right into the cabinet over here, wouldn't he? Jesus, frack, dumb and dumber, and I can't stand Jeffrey Epstein, my next door neighbor, except for the fact that I go visit him and have lunch with him in his island and whatever, email back and forth and all that stuff. It's just amazing. Pretty amazing. As is this day. I'm not going to be sad to see or hear the closing bell on this one. It's just, I'm getting way too good at standing and not over trading, I think. Too much practice. I guess this is short covering, huh? Buying. Somebody said somewhere I saw, they're completely liquidating their inventories to retail. The smart, big money, deep pockets, smart money, whatever you want to call them. And why would you imagine they'd want to do that? Some guys started building inventory. Whoa, where'd the mouse go? Come here. Come on. Some guy that's building inventory down here. And is selling to somebody up here. That's some profit. So he's out of his position, and this guy's loaded to the gills. Yeah, I'm not so sure I'm completely up to speed on the dynamics. I am up to speed on the fact that it's 14:20 on Friday, May 8th, baby. Non-farm payroll day. No holidays next week that I'm aware of. Look at the pre-market or the market recap here at the bottom of the hour, and then the market on close and balance at 1450. And wind this stream up at 1500 as usual. So what happened here? Did this fall in line with anything? What happened? No. There was the entry, there was the stop. Now we're back up, right? Is that the idea? Yeah. In hindsight, of course, I took my entry at 50%, and now I'm doing great. It's a lie. I didn't do any of that. Making a yoke. So here would be the system trading that one, the breakout, the trigger, entry, entry's right there. Stop is just under 50%. Boom. Now. Yeah, there's that. The bar is closed. This is 1 for 2, 1 for 3, I guess. One winner. I don't know how you say that baseball stuff. 2 stops and a winner. So this is 16 times 2 is 32 ticks, minus 32, minus 32. So there you go. Volume is doing something. Come on, volume. Oh, IRT's busy having a cup of coffee or something over here. Oh. This thing thinking about now. What do you got to do? Why you got to be this way? Leave well enough alone here with this thing. Yeah. Yeah, I don't think that's a big secret to the world. Everybody, I think that's just always been my general opinion of Russia. And I'll be the first to say I really didn't know anything about the specific other countries like Ukraine or but Russia, yeah, was always just as far back as I can remember, it was always the pinnacle of corruption. Oligarchs and all the rest. Poison this guy and kill that guy and whatever else. Kind of like America now. I tell you, we're running a close second. If you stop and look at all the scams and the grifts that are going on with everybody and in the family and all that stuff. And who knows what really happened to Epstein. Isn't it pretty phenomenal that miraculously after 7 or 8 or however many months this thing's been going on with Epstein, they miraculously find a suicide note? Or supposedly suicide note? Jesus. You wonder, well, I guess the population is pretty gullible because I'm sure a lot of people believe it. But Jesus Christ, you know. It would be real interesting to hear the conversations of the planners, of the people that are putting these schemes together. You know, what do you think? You think we can, let's here, write this note. We'll just put this out and then it'll put it behind us. Like, you know, do you think they'll believe it? Oh, hell yeah, they believe everything we tell them. You know, it must be funny to be a fly on the wall and hear that stuff. Not funny, haha, but interesting. Yeah. I'm pretty sure there's probably, with the grift going on now, I told you that the Eric and Donnie Jr., you know, they are just some great announcement that their military drone company just signed a big contract with the American military. Now, I'm pretty sure neither one of them can fly a kite, let alone a drone, and certainly had nothing to do with the company that, you know, is doing that. But are brought in as the big shots so they can get the hand back and get the contract. It's pretty obvious. Pretty obvious, I guess. It's not exactly admirable, but the way it is now, apparently. That Trevor Milton guy who was found guilty of fraud for the supposedly hydrogen trucks, when in fact the reporter proved that what they had done is, the guys from Utah, they pulled it up a hill, and the video of it supposedly driving itself was coasting down a hill, and they just did a camera angle thing to make it look like it's a flat road, and a bunch of other stuff. It was in prison, pardoned by Trump, and just as a coincidence, a month or two later donated a pile of money to redo one of the lounges in Kennedy Center. What a surprise. What a coincidence. Really amazing. Really amazing. Oh, the big shot's up now. We got to be careful. The A-team's on duty here. Okay, so bottom of the hour, I'll run through the recap. We'll do the market on close and balance, and we'll kick this pig. Okay, seconds till the bottom of that hour. The final curve, rounding that home stretch turn. I sincerely hope that if you did some trading today, it was successful. I did not. It was becoming way more normal than not. Which is not a good thing, absolutely. Normal, obviously. Okay, so that's just changing these, the data that's being pushed to these cloud node columns. Here we are just bobbing around between 25 and 50. I'm not going to worry about that anymore. Cleaning this up a little bit here as we go, so we can just start our world famous recap. Yeah, baby. I don't know why that does that sometimes, but okay. So here we are. The complete session. Of course, they got several all-time highs in there while we were Well, we weren't looking, but not a particularly big range, actually. 40 handles, all in 40 handles. Well, yeah, not. And after that little pullback and pop at the front, in the first less than first hour, it's about where it went, and then just ground on after the and it was a non-farm payroll day, so the only thing that's really happened is as is typical lately, longer than I care to remember, this is tweet and geopolitically driven markets at this point. What do we got here? Well, I don't know about DNA, but certainly provided with all of the right, I would suppose, all of the right incentives, and it's a hell of a lot to be said if you've got all the opportunity and the backing in the world. Look at Donald Trump has lost money hand over fist, gone bankrupt 5 or 6 times. Never mind, convicted of a bunch of stuff. What kind of a sorry, how successful do you suppose he would have been if he didn't have a filthy rich dad who gave him lots of money and family? If you've got, same thing with Kirshner, I believe. Now I don't know much about him actually as a person, but I don't think he's stupid. And he did have a phenomenally rich, apparently not very ethical father, or still does, and is parlaying that. But after, if you get $1 million or $2 million, it's pretty easy to make some more of them. Zuckerberg, he self-made man, except for the fact that he was from a really rich family, and, all this happened while he was in Harvard. So that's not exactly community college, that kind of thing. Yeah, exactly. That's exactly it. And they're trying to keep it more and more that way. That's the way they want it to stay. Which is going to backfire, because pretty quick there's going to just be a bunch of spoiled little pieces of shit running around, and nobody can do anything. And then it'll fall on its head, I guess. I don't know. So anyway, let's kick on with this thing. Here is IRT's version of the today. Market profile, high time frame, MNQ, MES. Remember that the header of all of these tabs has in case you don't, you lost, or what's this guy doing? There's the instrument, the periodicity, the chart type, and the session in the header of all of them. These are Renko charts, by the way. And this is the micro composite or higher time frame chart for the Micro E-mini. Real simple. These are daily, like it says in the header. These are daily candle time frame, and these are 1 RTH session each. So wherever price overlaps, I draw the volume profile around them, and that generates the high and low volume nodes, which are the red and green values that you see over here in Bookmap, like here, as they push automatically. And the session prices also push directly from Bookmap, or to Bookmap from IRT. I also track the minis, so there's that. Let's get on to the important stuff. What I think is the important stuff anyway. All right, economic calendar, investing.com only tracks normal economic stuff. You don't see any, I'm going to have a meeting here, I'm going to give a speech there, this is a press conference, I'm signing some kind of a thing. None of that stuff here. This is just old, confirmed, normal economic stuff. What a pleasure if we get back to those days at some point. Notice that the heading event title turns to a URL, so you can click that and go find out all about non-farm payroll or whichever one of these you don't know about. You can filter them for whatever you want, wherever you want. And they are free. That's why there's ads everywhere. My thinking is if I keep them free, then these resources would be available to anybody. The other news source is Financial Juice. And the reason that I have it tracked is because they do pull these random non-economic things into the calendar, which gives us a heads up about potential risk events. So let's now look at, and we're in earnings season too, by the way. So let's look at next week's economic calendar. What do we got? Tuesday, Monday, zippity-doo-dah, FOMC speaker. Building permits, S&P PMI, new home sales, ooh, jolts, ooh, ISM manufacturing. Oh, this is so sick. I'm so sick of this. This has got nothing to do with reality. This is a spam scam ad or something. And the only way I can get rid of it that I've been able to figure out, I don't have Norton or anything to do with it, is that. God, that's frustrating. Really makes me mad. And I've Googled what to do with it, and I don't know. I'm going to stop using Edge. It never happened before on Chrome. Maybe that's part of the problem. I don't know. Anyway, let's get back to this before that stupid thing happens again. Next week, building permits. This is Tuesday, right? Building permits, new home sales. Notice these there only one or two of them are at 7:30. We got them at 8:49, 59. That's interesting. What happened at 9 o'clock? Huh. I didn't know they put numbers out a minute before, but anyway. Okay. Jolts. Wednesday, we've got non-farm employment change. I guess they're going to change it around. I don't know. Thursday, more of the non-farm hocus pocus, and initial jobless claims. No Fed stuff. Friday. It's not particularly a. Wait a minute. Is this doing this week? Ah, Jesus Christ. Sorry. You can tell I need sleep. Next week. There we go. That makes more sense. I'm thinking, wait a minute. So we got the CPIs out here on Tuesday. We've got the GDP and PPI on Wednesday. These are, PPI in particular is a 25% margin increase event for intraday trading. Jobless claims continuing. Yeah, there you go. So that's what we got happening to us next week. This is what happened to us this week. Friday, Thursday, Wednesday, Tuesday, Monday. Gap up. Oh boy, we're going to the moon, and apparently we are. So, yeah, I don't know what to tell you. I don't know what to tell you. Anyway, that's what it is. I'll be busy working on my stuff after hours here in my homework. We're going to have the market on close in balance at 1450. Having a hard time thinking right now, actually. Got it off on another thought. Remember that the stream I'm share freely if anybody can use the session prices. It's a URL or a CSV file from Google Sheets, and it's you could plop it in Cloud Notes or any your software program or charting program of choice. Push them continuously and free from 1700 on Sunday through 1600 on Friday, along with the data. I start streaming every trading day at 8 o'clock in the morning through 1500, which is the cash close. So, yeah. Here we are. It's important to remember that trading is a zero-sum game business. And what does that mean? Think about what we trade is in the futures business. We trade contracts. A contract is between one buyer and one seller. Think about that. It's impossible to ever have more buyers than sellers in the futures market. You can have resting liquidity like the book here, very definitely more of one than the other, but there can be no transactions, no real buyers and sellers. There can be no imbalance there. And like we were talking about a minute ago, every one of these buyers here had somebody selling. How does that somebody make money? You've sold. There you are. All that inventory, what are you going to do? How are you going to make money? The market goes up to go down, goes down to go up, goes up to go, you would think, down. Now, in the grand scheme, highest of high time frames, yeah, the markets have gone from lower left to upper right in value over years. But in the actual trading environment that we operate in, the market goes up to go down, it goes down to go up. That's how they make their money. Or at least that's as I understand it. And I think I do. I think it's common sense. It's an auction, right? And who has deep enough pockets to absorb all this inventory and then shove the market the direction they want it to go and far enough to start triggering out all the stops? Not me, not you, so I guess that's probably the way it works. Also, it's important to remember, we got 5 more minutes here, that the most critical tool in your trading office is you. And I mean that seriously. Because we spend all kinds of time and money and effort, monitors and racks and DPI and, mixer this and microphone that and software something else. Just think for a second about all of that. is completely useless if your eyes don't take all that data in, your brain process that data, and you use it to make financial decisions for you and your family. All the stuff you got sitting in front of you all the time, all the money, useless, just paperweights or dinghy anchors, depending on if you're a sailor or not. Useless. And if you don't believe me, next Monday morning at 8 o'clock or 8:30 in the morning, get all set, all ready to trade, get your mouse all geared up, get all coffeeed up, all ready to go, and then just close your eyes and sit there and tell me how the trading goes for you. Keep them closed for 5 minutes. Tell me how it works. It'd be pretty obvious, I think, that you need to take care of yourself. Be sure you're well rested, well hydrated, exercise. You've got to be in top physical shape, and performance, because this is one of the highest performance stress jobs there is. And I can promise you that all the people on the other side of that mouse or other side of that trade, the majority of them are young, highly educated, high paid, extremely well backed and funded and supported, who only come into their job with one purpose in mind, and that's to be on the winning side of all of those contract trades. They don't care about you or me or, Adam's off ox. They care about being on that. Now, granted, a lot of it's switching. They say now 80-something% of the order flow is being done algorithmically. So now you're not dealing with a young, educated person. You're dealing with a machine that's programmed by a bunch of young, educated people that never has a lunch break, never takes a day off, never has a moment's problem, never has a glitch in thinking. What's that? Okay. And works 24/7. Ooh. You better be sharp, I think, to profit in this environment. And that's my pitch about that. And we're going to have the market on close in a minute. Well, there's the market on close imbalance. Boy, that's about a nothing burger, huh? Look at there. Bing bong, bing bong. Nothing. Essentially. Well, what did we get out of it? Let's see. We'll have them. There they are. Well, they're still on the buy side as they were yesterday. 1,502,000,000 buy side S&Ps. 893 million buy side NAS 100. Dow 30s are 380 and the Mag 7 is 560. All buy side in millions, except for the S&P, which is 1,502,000,000 contracts. Think about that. And that's not the total number of contracts. This is the imbalance. That means that there is a big bucket of buy and sell contracts, and within there is an imbalance. There are 1.5 billion more buy-side contracts than sell-side. Just a lot. And I'm sort of, it's always funny to me when I see these numbers and think about how convinced we all are that somebody's hunting our stock. They're pretty concerned about that 2 lot we got. Maybe not. So that is going to put the tail on this donkey, I'll tell you. Yeah, for sure. Well, we're going to have another, this market profile or volume profile will continue here. As soon as this closes, I'll pull it over. We didn't get near the POC, the MCV POC. What have we got for, looks like the Russian flag over here. Look at these. These are all naked volume points of control. And gaps opening everywhere. So at some point, I'm pretty sure there'll be a correction. So want to be in efficient trade mode when that gets ready to start happening. Period. So there you go. And we're going to shut her down in about 7 minutes. I hope you had a good week. I really appreciate you stopping by the stream. Great. The conversation in the chat is super. You know, like and subscribe. That's also a big help. And let me know what you think. And be sure you remember 8 o'clock in the morning Central Standard Time every trading day. So bright and early Monday morning. Let's watch this thing flip into the sunset. By golly. One hell of a P-shaped profile, huh? Look at that. Look at that. Look at that profile, boy. That's about a balanced. If you just nuke the spike down here, which was only one TPOs, right? So that's only one. Look at that blank one there. How the hell did that happen? Oh, that's probably the open, which is not showing up right because of the colors, I guess. That's all the A bracket, and the rest of this thing is about as balanced as you can get. These are not singles because there's nothing on the other side of them. It's a spike, I think. Tail or whatever. Not sure what the word is. It's been a long time. Not so much. You see a difference in the profile, volume profile there. A little bump of volume right there, even though it's only one TPO. So this just was in the first bracket. These TPOs are 30-minute brackets, each one of them. But there's a little bit more of a bump down here than meets the eye over here, and it's just a different perspective, obviously. That's one of the things that's I find challenging sometimes, especially on Bookmap. If I don't make sure I have this price schedule in some fashion that makes sense to me, I'm thinking, wow, this damn thing's going no place, and I realize that I've got it screwed down too tight, and it's like flopping 10 or 15 handles back and forth, and I'm thinking it's whips on. So that's just FYI about Bookmap. there is, for example, 1 point high. Each one of these then contains 4 ticks. So that makes some of these moves look a little more dramatic. This is, from there to there is 5 handles or so. Don't know if we'll get a closing swing trade. Who the hell knows? And remember that this is just the cash market. So this thing will still, it will be more or less an aggressive trade for the next 15 minutes till about 15:15. And then it's just kind of a real crapshoot. But it's still open until 1600. Still a market until 1600. Today we'll close out and then it'll reopen at 1700 on Sunday. Yeah, you too, Antonio. Anton, sorry. Have a great weekend and good for the Ukraine. I hope everybody over there is safe and healthy. That your family and whatnot. Absolutely, and I'll be working on my entry stuff and this. I got to come out with some. I have to nail down some sort of a structure that I can be trading this thing. Just standing here day in and day out and just watching is not gonna cut it. I'm not being there. It's not Peter Seller movie. So, everybody. I hope your trading was great. I hope this stream can be some catharsis or, help or prompt ideas or whatever. Or it's just nothing more than give you an ability to watch some different charting that could help you out, be important for you. Sure, definitely appreciate it. The likes and subs are great. That's all my only benefit out of YouTube. The reason I do this stream, which I talk about in the 7 hours ago in the pre-market, is for accountability and transparency. And the reason for the YouTube streaming is because I can review the stream on any device. Like I've been standing here for 9 hours now. And these are standing desks. I mean that literally. So to be able to review the stream or, go dance back and forth throughout the stream and review something is really handy if I can do it on any device, which is what YouTube affords. And I try to keep a pretty accurate chapter marker too. So there we have the close. Bingo, bango, bongo in seconds. Closing swing trade right there. From down there to up there. So if you were quick, you were able to grab yourself 7 points. That'd be pretty dicey. I wouldn't be able to do that. Nor would I think it'd be a good idea. But that is the cash close. 7 hours and 21 seconds. Thanks a lot for coming by. Do the bell thingy. And or remember, 8 o'clock every trading day morning, and that's 8 Central Standard Time. Have a great, safe, but fun weekend. I hope you're safe and warm and secure and comfortable wherever you are. All the best. Thanks a lot. See you next week.